Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Alrighty. We are ready to go. Alright, we are ready to go. Let's see if anybody is in chat. Let me know if you can hear me. Definitely appreciate it. We're starting up just where we left off. Like I said before, this playthrough is only being played on stream, and it is specifically to test out new features, to give the developers general feedback about the state of the game between the 6.2, the previous build that's currently live, and the 7.0 beta. So let's hop right into it. We stopped right here at the void, and we are just kind of mulling around looking for stuff to build up our economy, basically. That's what's going on right now. As the game, the way that the game is kind of put together right now with the beta, it almost requires you to play a long economic game before initiating the endgame crisis by achieving 500 million or so in military assets. So that's what we're working on first. And likewise, as I've stated a couple of times before, I don't think that the 500 million, I guess you could call it like cutoff amount, or the 500 million requirement amount, I don't think that's quite where we should be in terms of the endgame crisis. I think maybe closer to 750 million in military assets would be a better option or a better call, as far as minor changes that we can make that would create a positive benefit to the game and to the community as a whole. Just kind of for fidelity's sake, I guess. Previously, or, well, a lot of players in the public beta forum have left feedback that they're not too happy about the state of the endgame crisis, and that's kind of what inspired me to pick this up on stream and to really just start this game from the beginning instead of going with an existing save game, and to progress naturally in the vanilla game, to test out everything that may or may not have changed, and to really just do a deep dive into this game as a whole. And so that's basically what we're doing. Economics, that's kind of what we're focusing on for the near future, as well as feedback, things that I think that could be improved, etc., etc.
Jump gate, second contact.
And also, it's just a really fun game. It's my favorite game out there, so that's definitely another reason why I'm picking it up. Before I was streaming, I was starting a new game and doing like a solid playthrough, a couple hundred hours or so in the vanilla game before updating my mods and hopping back into modded universes. It's kind of just like a tradition that I have, so to speak. Because we are still in the very early stages of the game, we are going to continue work on exploration, working down some of these, you could call them like main quest lines, primary storylines, primary missions, storyline missions, whatever you want to call them. We're going to be starting to work on some of these as well. I think that level 1 teleportation would be the best HQ technology to research first. That way, if I get stuck anywhere, I can just teleport my way out. After that, I'll work on grabbing the research that allows me to scan and hack modules so that I can start building up what sort of little Lego pieces that I can use, what sort of little modules that I can use to build my stations out of. But for now, let's go see what Hatikva requires from me, what Hatikva wants. Let's speak to Reen Omara. This was one of the first primary mission lines, primary storylines that was added to the game. And I think it's a great introduction to one of my favorite characters. Not Reen, but somebody else, as you will see soon.
Can I help?
Oops.
Sir?
Pressure.
It's always so quiet on these docks.
Trade deal's been confirmed.
That will be all. Please come
There's
in.
me.
I apologize for the state of the place. Things are rather hectic at the moment. We've signed a number of promising new trade contracts, but circumstances have left us spread a bit thin.
Green, we have an issue with the inbound ore fighter.
I hear you, doll. I'll be there in a minute. It seemingly never ends. We've prepared a freighter for
Hello,
you
Bandit.
to fly over to one of our new partners. Honestly,
Thank you,
as
thank
long
you.
as you can deliver those goods on time, I'll be happy. If you do that, the ship's as good as yours.
Thank
If you
you.
screw us over, well, the worst we can do is revoke your docking privileges. Sorry to cut and run, but there's something that needs my attention. I look forward to seeing how you do.
Look at my little squid pod. Little squid pod. Alright. Go to the trade ship. Do you have any other lines of dialogue? No, you don't. Before I go there, I'm going to hit this trader's corner.
Can I help? Here you go.
Let's see what we got. Couple different things. I guess I could start buying some inventory wares now that I have a little bit of cash. Stuff that will eventually be useful later on. I don't need those. Well, that wouldn't hurt. Those I can hang on to for now.
Good luck out there.
And let me just adjust one thing real quick. There we go. Alright, there it is. The Callisto Sentinel. I believe that's the one that we're looking for. Yes.
That's the ship. We'll grant you access now. Take good care of her. We don't have much in the budget for repairs.
Don't have much in the budget for repairs, but you are willing to give me an entire spaceship. Alright. Alright. I see that you guys got your priorities in order. Have a little pulse cannons.
Autopilot engaged.
And where are we going? We are going right there. And I'm going to have my flying fish meet me there. Also, let's remove the and... Oops.
Entering system. Silent witness.
We'll just keep that dock, that way if I enter back into that ship and I move it somewhere else manually, it won't try to redock there again.
Autopilot disengaged. All part factory. Docking granted.
Actually, I might want to do some scanning.
Mass transporter B.
We're in bad shape. Stop.
We cannot tolerate your actions.
All part factory.
Sorry about the friendly fire. It was a necessary evil. How much do we have? About 55%, halfway there. Scan another module or two, and that should get me close enough so that I can see what they have in their logistics menu as though it were my own station, as if it were my own station. As soon as I can grab this big chungus of a dock. There we go. We still need to scan is that hull part module.
Docking permission granted.
What are we at? We're at 76% scanned. That's definitely good enough. Let me just
Docking granted.
refresh my docking privileges. There's my boat right there. Looks like there's a couple inventory wares from that criminal I blew up as well. Grab those. Those will eventually be worth some money.
Successfully docked.
Give away all these
Welcome.
med supplies. You'll see the game get a little bit choppy a bit while I focus out of it.
Hello there, Captain. I understand you're delivering goods on behalf of Hatikva. Please stand by while we run some checks. All clear. Sorry about that. We're happy to see Hatikva move away from those sketchy dealings of the past. If it means fewer scale plate pack ships in our space, I'm all for it. Just watch your back out there, Captain.
Oops, my bad. Had to grab a drink, and I usually mute myself when I
Callisto.
grab a
Sentinel.
drink, cough, or, you know, any of that weird human noises. Just so I don't destroy your earbuds or anything like that. Alright, so we already handled the selling of the wares. I just gotta undock. I also need to get a pilot for that Callisto.
Hello. Can I help? Here you go.
Grab me that lodestone. Any little tiny bits and bobs that I can purchase are going to help me out on any little missions that I want to do later on. And those missions won't necessarily be done for money, they'll be done for materials and upgrading stuff. That Callisto needs a pilot. There's somebody. Actually, let's see if this will break it. Normally I can just sell the ship and take off in something else, it's fine, it's not a big deal, and the game will know the difference. Let's see if that is still the case. Alright, so I'll enter into the flying fish.
Pressure.
We will take off from here.
Autopilot. Engaged.
Oops. And we'll autopilot our way through. Who is that? Who is that?
Comms channel open.
Who are you?
Goodbye.
This ship I do not need. I'm not a super big fan of the Callisto Sentinels. They're alright, but...
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
Small courier has such tiny storage capacity, it's almost not even worth getting. It's almost not even worth buying or having. I would rather put that money to some other kind of good use. My mineral Tethys, my miner. This will get swapped out for a scout ship. The scout ship will take over the advanced satellite hauling. As soon as I can. As soon as it makes sense to do so. I need to find a Terran wharf, or I can probably grab something from here.
Autopilot. Disengage.
Since the boron are so awesome. Your kanji cost a little bit much, but in my opinion, they're so fast, they're oftentimes worth it. Oftentimes, maybe not all the time. But I will repurpose it later on in the future. Get you some advanced satellites and one crew member.
Argon trading station.
Let's actually scan this trading station and open it up a little bit. Like I've said, the last several iterations, last several streams, I do think that station scanning, the high detailed close station scanning, needs to be adjusted. As you can see here, I'm trying to scan this module and I'm sitting here bumping my ship into it and I can't get a scan off. And so I feel like it's just a really, it just feels very janky. It doesn't feel very fun to engage with, and I think that there is a little bit of a better way to let players go through this process of scanning a station so that we can see their logistics. And I believe that a good, maybe not the ideal solution, but a good solution would be to be somewhere close to the station, let's say like within 2.5, maybe 1 kilometer of the station. There should probably be a Scanner Mark II piece of software that I can purchase for more than just a regular scanner, or like a higher detailed scanner than what's available. That way there's a little bit of a money sink to it, I suppose. And I get close to the station and should just be able to push a button, and that station should fill up a meter that goes from 0% to 100% over time. I don't think that running my spaceship into every single individual module is the solution. I think it's a very janky game mechanic. It feels very... well, it feels very jank. I was going to say placeholdery, but it doesn't quite feel placeholdery. It just feels like it doesn't make sense. doesn't make sense to me because this is a spacefaring interstellar group of societies in the plural, and it just doesn't make any sense that you would still have to get so close to the station just to get a detailed scan off of it.
Docking granted.
It feels out of line as far as like the technology is concerned.
Pressure.
You were expecting to speak to me easily, but you were mistaken.
Let's go speak to Rin Omara. Oh, and also I do need to adjust and just make sure that some storage space is doing alright. That I'm getting the stuff that I need. Cool. I will in time. I could have used that courier and assigned it there to help buy materials for me, but it just doesn't really feel necessary. Sell those satellites, get some money. Oops.
I told you this would happen.
Captain, good to see you back.
Ah, this must be the new recruit.
Things went smoothly, I take it. This is Dalbusta. He's been helping us in our efforts to expand our business.
That's one way of putting it.
As you may have heard, a Tigva freighter was destroyed earlier today. It seems that the Scaleplate Pact don't like the idea of us going clean.
Unfortunately, this is what happens when you act on bad intel.
That's something we're looking to improve on. If you're willing, I'd like you to help us. Our goal is to break all ties with Scaleplate while making sure they don't continue harassing us.
Easier said than done, but with the right preparation, I'll have them eating out of your hand. I'll be on my ship. I look forward to working with you.
The universe's best advisor, right there.
He's nothing if not confident.
Oh, he's confident for sure.
So, what do you say?
Let's see, you deal with Scaleplate, who is Dalbusta? I'm in and not right now. I'll eventually hit I'm in, but first, you deal with Scaleplate?
At Tigva, I've not had it easy in the years gone by. We traded with whoever was willing. They were chaotic times, and Scaleplate gave us an opportunity to grow. The Argon simply offer better trade and security prospects than Scaleplate ever could.
Fair enough. Scaleplate are widely regarded as pirates because they are.
I've known
Who is
Dal for
Dalbusta?
several years now. He's a very cunning and skilled analyst. When I was tasked to expand our trade operations, get closer to the Argon, I knew I needed him on board. Unfortunately, the Scaleplate Pact has proven to be rather erratic.
I see. Well, I'm in.
Glad to hear it. I'll let Dal know. Just follow his instruction and you'll be fine. Why don't you go chase Dal down? I'm sure he'd want to show off his ship.
Yes, ma'am. Let's go see what Dalbusta has to say.
That was a bad move on your part.
Ah, Captain, welcome aboard my ship.
My gratitude.
She's a beauty, isn't she? She's equipped with the best surveillance and computing technology around. And you couldn't ask for a better crew. Handpicked them myself. So, what can I do for you?
What exactly do you do,
I'm
Dalbusta?
here to give Hatikva options on how to deal with their scale plate problem. I specialize in analyzing and resolving troublesome situations. But to do that, I need reliable information.
Need reliable information, huh? So why are Hatikva being targeted?
The Hatikva Free League has spent a lot of effort getting closer to the Argon Federation, as well as presenting itself as an up-and-coming economic power. It was decided that dealings with Scaleplate were to be scaled down in order to smooth any relations with local law enforcement. Scaleplate has taken this as an affront to their operations in the area. Now they want to play dirty.
So Scaleplate is resorting to blackmail, bribes, all the typical pirate bullshittery. I see, I see. So, where can I help?
Eager to get started? How about we give you a nice, simple task to begin with? We need more information regarding Scaleplate supply lines and distribution methods. Anything to help us in predicting their movements and behavior. It's also something the local law enforcement would be interested in knowing. You'll be acquiring that data from one of their stations. For that, you'll need a computer worm to confuse their security protocols. Lucky for you, we can have one prepared in no time. You'll need a nimble ship, perhaps a scout. Just in case you need to get out of there quick. We'll send you the worm program when it's ready.
Thank you, Dalbusta. I think that my thresher will be enough.
We've uploaded the worm to your ship database. Don't worry, it won't do anything to your systems.
Purple hair lady, how you doing? You got some morale, you got some engineering, you got a little bit of boarding, you got some piloting. I might want to make you my pilot.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Sir.
Good sir.
Pressure.
You shall be relieved for the time being so that this other lady can take over and raise her piloting skills eventually, in time. And I will repurpose you to another ship later on, or turn him into a marine. Oof, get that chair out of my way.
We'll leave it up to you which station to target. Just let the program do its thing.
This is a bug. This right here is a little bug. This chair should have swiveled back around.
Pressure.
There it goes. Alright. So I need to scan a data leak on a scale plate packed ship.
Superhighway. Unknown.
That will have to be
sector.
done a little bit later. Wait a second. What is all this? What is all this? Oh, destroy Yaki, cock, scale plate. Little... Right, those are the missions I already have. Let's see here. I should drop a satellite, but I should also go down just a little bit so that's closer to the plane. Let's drop that advanced satellite there. That way I can keep my trade offers open with the Argon trading station. And their whole station is just completely empty. They got nothing in there. That is both good and bad. It's good because there is opportunity to make money there. It is bad because it shows that the economy is not doing very well over here. Let's hitch a ride on this highway, and we're going to go over here and open up that next Hatikva's Choice sector.
Superhighway. Unknown sector.
Let's see if our Irukandji is where it should be. What happened to my Irukandji? There. Oh, it doesn't know the way yet. Okay, okay, okay. Well, you can go and explore there. Yeah, we're not going to worry about that. A police officer was trying to scan him. Scan it. And there's no reason for that. It doesn't have any illegal wares. It doesn't have any wares at all. So, no big deal.
Entering Hatikva's Choice. Free.
Alright, there is, I believe, there should be, I believe, a equipment dock somewhere around here. Let's see if we can spot it. Is that it? No.
Graphene refinery.
Let's also deploy an advanced satellite. Can see a little gas cloud over there. I think that's the equipment dock just over there to the right.
Unknown station.
There it is. Oof. Let's try not to hit that. And we'll drop a satellite here as well.
Thief! Stop them!
Short range transporter.
Hmm.
A.
Can I get a good angle on it? As long as I can get a good angle, then I should be able to blow it up without any major issue of... I'm concerned about the friendly fire, but if I... Alright, that works. Cool. Problem solved. Alright. Let's scan this bad boy.
Equipment dock.
Argon equipment dock. I need, not in-game, but out-of-game, I need somebody who knows a thing or two about audio to help me improve the audio on my stream. I was reviewing my last stream, the last VOD that I did and published on this game, feedback day 2 basically, and I noticed that there was a lot of buzzing in it, so I'm sorry about that, my apologies. I'll figure out some way to reduce the awkward noises, the buzzings, the stuff, the artifacts, the audio artifacts that should not be there. But for now, just please bear with me. I'd appreciate it. And if you know a thing or two about audio, I would likewise definitely appreciate some of the help there. I noticed that when I was messing with the mute button on my microphone, it kept making a pop sound, and that just sounded a little unpleasant, and I didn't know that that was happening yesterday. But now that I do know, I can begin to find some workarounds. Alright, station is scanned
Argon
enough.
station security. Argon equipment dock. Docking. Avoid docking granted.
Let me grab some more advanced satellites from here. Alrighty. Let's get up to 10.
Successfully docked.
I only keep 5 of each, just for any mission that I decide to take on, if there's like a deploy satellite nav beacon or a resource probe mission. I could probably grab 5 more of those. Let's grab 15, 30, 45. Let's grab 15 of each. Actually, let's do friend foe mines. Bump it up to 25. Just in case there's a deploy mine mission as well. And how much is this worth? About 7 and some change. It's not too bad. Where might your kanji go? There it is. It's about to discover the way to Argon Prime. Is it? Is it? Is it? You can do it, bro. You can do it. You can do it. No, you're not doing it. Move that order. Go over there. It's somewhere around here is where the gate is. So let's just do that. And then hit dock and wait. Alright. There it is. Dav 344. Let's rename this ship. This will be a... will this be a personal ship? Nah. This will be a Scout CT. Scout needs an icon. What should I do as an icon? The little ampersand sign is a good representative of what it's trying to do. It's trying to move around, it's trying to go through different sectors and all that kind of stuff. That's a great symbol for my Urukanji. Let's name it Dav's Hope. As a callback to Elite Dangerous. How should I... Yeah, that works. Good enough. Good enough. Let's rename my flying fish and just add a thresher. Because that's the kind of ship that it is. It is a thresher. This one, instead of using MN, well, we'll keep the MN for minerals. And we'll do a... what symbol should we use for mining? Typically I use the percentage sign for mining. I don't know why, it's the one that I like to use. And slowly but surely, all the stuff that I'm naming and creating here is going to be organized as it's produced. That way, as this list grows to absurd levels, I can somewhat kind of sort of keep an eye on where all my stuff is. Just like the other day, again, the whole broken record thing, I think that the mod custom tabs should be integrated into the game. Let me just post a link for the mod custom tabs. Basically what it does, let me pop up my Chrome browser real quick. Grab Chrome. And just show you guys custom tabs. What this mod does by MYCU is it allows you to create more tabs. It allows you to better organize all of your assets. As your assets grow, it becomes incredibly difficult to keep it all organized, especially when it's all in one big giant list. It becomes really difficult to find the one little tiny thing in that list that you're looking for. And the solution to that is to give the player agency, to allow the player to use these tabs to create more tabs up to a certain limit, and move things or copy things over into these different tabs. That way the player can organize their property their assets the way that the player wants to organize their assets and property, instead of the player kind of being pigeonholed or forced into doing it a certain kind of way. And right now I've got a little bit of a go-between. That's why I use these ASCII symbols to help. Oops. That's why I use these ASCII symbols to help keep my stuff organized as time goes on. I do this anyways, because, you know, old habits die hard, yada yada. But also just because I don't have access to custom tabs right now. I'm playing the vanilla game, so I'm not playing any mods. It's just, we're raw dogging it this time. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's skedaddle. Let's go. It wants subordinates. What does it want subordinates for? Why does it want 2 subordinates? 2 different types of subordinates, I should say. Can't really tell you why it wants 2 different kinds, but small couriers, terrapins. Much better storage than that Callisto. I could use dolphins. The only thing about these ships is that they have incredibly slow acceleration. They ain't no Terrans, that's for sure. Which ones did what? The arc turrets disrupts maneuverability. That's not what we necessarily want. Ion pulse, I believe, does nothing in particular. I think it might has. Well, let's see. Use magnetic acceleration to launch ion streams that are superheated. Sorry, my chat's kind of in the way of that. Let me move my chat real quick. Move that over. Ion pulse armaments use magnetic acceleration to launch ionized shards of superheated plasma. As with most boron armaments, such projectiles are more effective in depleting shields than damaging hulls of unshielded targets. Nevertheless, this weapon system, developed by Aleus Astro Security, excels at its intended purpose of intercepting fighters. As such, ion pulse turrets and railguns are widely used on boron military ships and are known to clear a safe passage through enemy formations. More shield damage, less hull damage. That is not exactly what I'm looking for. Phase turret is potentially what I'm looking for. Decreasing maneuverability is fine, I guess, but it doesn't really have a great use case scenario. What I want to do is decrease enemy speed. Like with these boron weapons. Light drive, see, decreases enemy weapon speed for a short period of time. Boron phase weaponry is an iteration of particle accelerator weapons, first developed by the Paranid and Argon. The fired energy pulses, consisting of highly accelerated and polarized particles, prove effective against hull, while less so against shielded targets. This puts phase weaponry in a unique position among the boron arsenal, which otherwise tends towards primarily impairing shields and mobility. As a necessary last resort against undeterrable hostiles, phase armaments are widely available as either weapons or turrets in various sizes and form the backbone of boron weaponry and fleet compositions. Awesome, awesome. So this projectile speed at 2100 meters per second, 3.2 kilometers. Rotation speed, not going to worry too much about that. Not right now anyways. Let's see, who has a great range? 4.7 kilometers, but that has... very slow rotation speed. This would only be good against like capital ships or medium-sized ships. Small-sized ships would have a tough time with. Give me just 1 second, let me grab a drink. You'll see the game get a little bit choppy for a moment. There we go. I'm still not used to speaking so much within a single day. I have to make sure that I'm on top of my hydration. No wonder so many Twitch streamers have hydration little things that they can get redeemed and little reminders and all that kind of stuff. Drink water. Alright, so from the top. Boron arc weaponry is a utility armament developed to not only inflict damage, but also to impair the target's mobility. The arc launches ignited ion particles which cause an electrical discharge on impact. This compromises ship systems and is especially effective for depleting shields, while also inflicting considerable hull damage to unshielded targets. The turret variant has been praised as useful for civilian ships, which don't aim to destroy attackers, but attempt to shake them off. Arc weaponry is developed and cleared for field use by the Royal Boron Military Defense, but is still considered somewhat experimental. This is the one that I do want as a turret. Let's get you some flares. Let's get you some laser towers. How much is this going to cost? A lot, but that's alright. 3 million versus 2.4. The laser towers really help shake off enemies. Service crew, don't need any marines. Shoot missiles first. Defend. We'll just hit defend. What should I save this as? Dolphin? Exclamation mark. Cha-ching. Money. Auto trade? Local trade? Dolphin. Dolphin. Another piece of feedback is, I don't like how the... Let's just assume that's the loadout that I want. I don't like how it renames the loadouts like this. It would be nice if I had full control over how the loadout is named, and the easiest way to do that is to just make it the exact same as this. So, like, if I were to hit this button, ideally it would look like this. High preset 2.6, 3.4, Dolphin. We won't rename it, we'll just use it. Cool. Alrighty, we begin our economic trade empire. That Yurukanji can sell and go there. My mineral miner give you a couple of those. We'll give you definitely not some Argon shields because Terrans are better. Terran equipment is almost exclusively, almost unanimously, almost always better. Pretty much no matter what. Pretty much no matter what. Alright, and you got some laser towers in case you run into trouble. We're going to send this Tethys miner. Is there any sort of local auto mine? And we'll have you come here. And mine. Is there silicon here? There is, and there's also Nevidium. Gaian Prophecy. We will also deploy 1, 2, 3 resource probes. Spread them out a little bit. Four resource probes. We'll drop our 5th one. Nah, we'll keep it just in case. Just in case. Alright. That's handled. Next.
Superhighway. A tick boss choice. 1.
Let's make some money. Let's go. Didn't I have a key binding? Controls. I think it would be under general controls. Stop engines. I need to make that Shift X because of the hard-coded controls that were in the game. I gotta adjust that just so that... Maybe Shift S. Shift S will do alright. Well... Hold on a second. Shift W. And Shift S. Historically, I would always use X as my key binding to stop my engines, but I can't anymore because the way that the key bindings are set up right now. Hopefully that will be adjusted and updated and fixed in the... It's not really a fix, it's technically working as intended, as far as I'm aware at least. But hopefully that will be adjusted soon. Hopefully that will be adjusted soon. I'd like to try that out sometime, but I don't really need it. I never really use it. Worst case scenario, I'll just pause. So it's typically a non-issue, but it is nice to have the ability to go full matrix slow-mo. Let's see. This is what I was looking for the other day. This is what I was looking for the other day. Oh, that's deploy countermeasures. That one is container magnet. Maybe not that one. I'll keep that key binding for something else. Control M? Control M's fine. We'll use Control M. Actually, Control R. Control R. Control T for target. Targeting. Nah, Control R for radar. What does R do? Oh, strafe up. Right. Actually, no, because I'm using that for my thrusters. H. I don't really need H for help. I'll use H for radar mode. Deploy laser tower. That will be number 8. Actually, shift number 8. No? Shift number 8? Control number 8? Control number 8. That's fine. Radial menu. Radial. Open radial menu. Open radial menu 2. Ooh. Ooh. What is tile boost? Duh. It needs to be something that is easily accessible to me. Shift 9? No. Control 9. We'll use Control 9 for open radial menu. Over time, I'll... Oops. Yes, rename 7.0 beta. No. Just in case something goes wrong, I can always fall back to the older. Ooh, I see.
Cerberus, Vanguard.
I like. Very nice, very nice. I can just deploy. Alrighty. Oh, that's what I was looking for. I totally forgot. Controls, general, not radial, but guidance. Control G. How come I can't hit Control G and just have guidance be set there like in the past? I feel like that's not exactly working as intended. Or maybe it is technically working as intended, but has a slight negative side effect that was unintended. It could be just a little bit of both, but that's alright. I can get used to it. Ooh, let's see if there's any crystals around here. We're in a... Oh. Wait a second. Control S, Control X, Control... Oh, Shift X. Right. Settings, controls. I'm just so used to having X be the full stop. X. Wait, what is... So I hold down Shift W and I go forward. That's fine. But if I release it, I go back to full stop. That doesn't really make any sense. I guess it kind of does if I'm flight assist disabled. But then it's the same thing either way. Oops. There's a rock. Oh well, I'll fix it later.
Please halt. We will be scanning your inventory.
Will you now? Oh, crap. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, thank you.
All clear. You can be on your way.
Ha. You missed it in the scan. You missed it because you started your scan before I picked it up. Cool beans. Looks like my mining ship is where it needs to be. It's going to earn me some money with silicon mining. Let me arm my turrets real quick.
Autopilot engaged.
And I'm looking for a gateway to Silent Witness 12. While we are doing that, we are autosaving. While we are autosaving, I'm getting some water.
Entering Atikva's choice 1.
Alright, 45, 46, 47k, whatever, somewhere around there.
Entering system. Silent Witness.
What was that? I got a message. That's what happened. Did I? Oh, some intel. They're basically just giving me a hint for that mission. Mars, Mercury, and Venus are restricted. That's alright for now. That is alright for now. Might be a little bit of overlap, but it'll be alright.
Empty space. Unknown object.
That's what I was looking for. Let's see how we're doing on research. Not yet. Still needs money. Production's alright.
Albatross. Vanguard.
There goes that boron drift.
Entering Silent Witness 11.
There's another little accelerator. Oftentimes, should be always, but I'll just say oftentimes, there is a pirate station somewhere in here. Not really pirate per se, well it could be a pirate, but usually it's a Hatikva Freeport trading station that just allows me to sell some illegal drugs and buy some illegal inventory wares.
Unknown object.
I also need to head back to Boron Space and upgrade my Thresher. Get some better modules that I can use for my space stations so that I can make some more money. I think that's going to be... Oof! Close, close! Ah! Almost missed it.
Entering Silent Witness. Well.
Watch out for all those mines. Looks like there's a cock installation over there. This is kinda sort of like their home system, but not really. They don't have a home system anymore because of events that happened in previous games, an event called Operation Final Fury that basically wiped them all off the map. They were a menace back then, had to be dealt with, and then subsequently were dealt with.
Accelerator. Silent Witness. Pirate base.
Pirate base right there. Who owns these Frenfo mines? It doesn't say.
Pirate base.
I wish that mines worked in low attention,
Docking
which means out of sector if you're too far away from the player. I wish they worked
Use your ship's scan mode to look for any data leaks.
away from the
If you have
player.
any spacesuit EMP modes, you can use them to expose further leaks.
Oh, I can do that after. I was just going here to check and see what was available at the trader.
Pressure.
And it also just so happens to be a scale plate station as well, so I can do a 2-for-1. Let me re-highlight my snooping around mission. This is something that we've been working on for a little bit. Look at this fella. Look at those beautiful robes. Greetings. Greetings. Hello there. My name is Kelmankoknid. Kelmankoknid. I love the lore about this game. I love what you guys have done with this game. Let me take a quick 30-second shameless self-plug break. I'm going to copy a link to my Twitch and post that in a couple different channels. Hopefully get some people in here to help me with what I'm working on, which is feedback. Aquabandit is doing a community stream today as well. Let me just give him a little bit of a shout out real quick. So, Aquabandit. Be sure to check out his stream later today. In Dark Tide, I always say, we stim the homies, we gas up the homies, we help the homies. Uncle Bandit's always a joy to be around. He's always a lot of fun. He's always super kind. He's a great narrator. He also does an amazing The Boulder and Sokka impression from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Alright. Promote your stream. Next for foundations. Feedback, early game. Awesome. Promote my stream. Promote my stream. What other Discord channels can I promote in? Promote in Pirate Softwares. Shout out to Pirate Software as well. He's a super cool guy. He's always really kind to people. He's always offering advice and just generally helping people out with whatever it might be. And one more that I wanted to... I know you guys can't see this, but please bear with me. I'm just about done. Alright. A little bit of shameless advertising.
Can I help? Here you go.
Okay. As you can see, this pirate station has lots of stuff as far as inventory wares go. Stuff I can start loading up on, stuff I can start buying, stuff that will be important mostly later on, which is why it's a great idea to begin loading up on it now. I don't need the bombs. Spacesuit EMPs are incredibly useful, as you'll find out later on. But for now, I guess I don't really need those either just yet. Well, how much will this cost? I suppose that's fine. The bombs I don't need. The bombs are relatively useless except for one or two use cases. Let's grab me some needles, rare spices, interface units, just everything I can buy. Everything. I don't need these. I'll pick up on these little things. Actually, it is good to have a little stockpile of all these little trade wares. That way I can pick up missions that ask for them and require them. Good profit to you, my friend. Alright, let's go make some money. You, sir, Senor Dolphin. Trade for Alpha. You know what's really weird is how this station has a slot for an extra 2. It's gonna drive people like somewhat like myself who have a little bit of OCD-like tendencies up the wall. Because I'm like, there's an extra 2, I don't want 17, I want 15. Ah! Alright. Water is being sold. Sell all of it. Sell all but 5,000? Nah, we'll just sell all of it. Production per hour, so I have enough container storage for about 1 hour's worth of production, which is perfect for now. Perfect for right now. I can start earning a little bit of money, so I have 670. Advanced electronics. Oh, I should have... Here, actually, we'll take you out of auto trade for a while. Actually, no, I don't have to. We're going to search. Advanced electronics. Who's selling? Anybody? I need more of a network. I know it's not really his job to do some scouting, but he ain't doing nothing better just yet. So we're gonna have you reveal all this gray space right here. And just collect drops so that he doesn't sit there and wait indefinitely. He will attempt to collect. This is a little bit frustrating. He will attempt to collect drops. There's probably not going to be anything there, and so once he's done collecting the drops, he'll go back to his normal duties of trying to buy and sell, trade water, energy cells, all that good stuff. This guy. Sell all of those. Dock and wait. Upgrade. Purchase. Alright, looks like you're making me some money as well. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Mining stopped. Oh, that was all old stuff that can be cleared. How much you earn for me every now and then? About 23k. About 23k. So far we've netted about 4.4 million. Nice.
Greetings.
We're on the way. Anything I can craft? A security bypass system. Looks like I already have a couple of them. Could use one of those. Don't need those. Could definitely use one of those. The rest I don't need. Teleport back to my ship.
Pressure.
Excuse me. As an emissary of the Queendom of Boron, I am searching to make friends. Friends for the Queendom. The Queendom has returned to the Commonwealth. Boron, I believe, have a, I think it's nitrogen-rich atmosphere? Or helium-rich atmosphere? I forget. They're aquatic species, but they have a lot of some certain kind of chemical that, for lack of a better term, resulted in them having higher pitched voices, as well as their size. They're about half the size of the typical general traditional Commonwealth species. They are very tiny comparatively.
Accelerator. Silent witness. 11.
I hear something. That's what I'm looking for. That little data link. Well.
This is Al. We're getting data from the worm program. Good work. Get out of there safely.
Pharmaceutical goods factory.
Oops, what did I drop? Yes, that's what I wanted to drop.
Looks like you've got some scale plate ships after you.
That's alright. I can blow them up. Oof.
Buzzard. Sentinel.
Better than that. That is a silly.
This might be a bit much for me to handle. I'm gonna bail. Bail, bail, bail! Let's get out of here! Run, homies!
Entering. Silent witness. 11.
Alrighty.
This is Reen. We've had another
Accelerator.
Oops.
Silent witness. 1.
I really don't like how
Information on the materials you'll need.
if I select something, it it cuts off the dialogue that's happening, and that, like, if I'm a new player and if I haven't heard that dialogue before, I would have lost it completely. I wouldn't really know like what was going on from there. But she was basically saying like, hey, this is Reno Mara. We've uploaded the thing. We've uploaded the data worm, and now we just need to collect some materials for spacesuit bombs. Yeah, for spacesuit bombs, I believe. Anyways, not the biggest deal ever. That's been in the game. The dialogue has been in the game for a good long while.
Autopilot engaged.
So it is what it is. Alright, Dav's Hope. We've got some satellites.
Entering Silent Witness 1.
We're actually going to have you do a little bit of scouting for me real quick. Open up this little gray zone in Sagaris. Then we'll have you deploy an advanced satellite right here. Awesome, it shows the range. That is a wonderful quality of life upgrade. This is amazing. I really like this quality of life upgrade. Now I can get really granular with min-maxing my coverage. Perfect. Thank you, Eaglesoft. That's amazing. Excellent, excellent.
Autopilot disengaged.
Alright, let's go get a better ship, actually. How much will this cost, roughly speaking? About 8 million. Alright, it'll be a minute.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
26,000 will never be worth it. That will never be worth it. That'll never be worth the time it takes. Oops.
Autopilot
Wrong
engaged.
direction. Looks like Arthur Gimmick decided to spawn in this Paranid training station. Looks like the Holy Order of the Pontifex is really going strong here.
Entering system. Morningstar.
Zyarth. A Terran Patrol Osaka. I should make my Terrans a lighter color. Part of the problem, well, we'll call it a problem. Sure, why not? Whatever. Part of the weirdness about this game is how many blue faction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hatikva would be 6. And then there's another in here that would be 7. There are 7 blue factions. Accessibility, colorblind options.
Entering system. Heretics End.
By reference. Ah, I see. Faction Terran. White weak glow. Save. I'll need to restart the game.
How wonderful. You are here to deal with that sensor-distorting ship. Your much-anticipated arrival fills me with considerable relief and delight.
Sure, I'll deal with that ship. Later. How you doing, Irukanji? Still
Entering
working hard,
system.
I see.
Watchful gaze.
Looks like your radar range is a little bit further. Don't need that one. That should be enough to reveal everything. All right. Alrighty. How's sunlight values in Ocean of Fantasy? I think it's lower than... oof, it's really bad. 12%. 128, that's okay. 41. 271. 15, 18, 18. 18. What I'm eventually going to do is put a little trade station either here or somewhere in here so that this whole portion of Kingdom End can get materials. 1, 2, 3, 4 jumps, it'll be fine. I'll be able to supply that whole area without my ships risking Sanctuary of Darkness. The Boron can handle that all on their own. What's going on over here? This is definitely taking a bit longer than I had hoped it would. Not too bad, though.
Entering system. Barren Shores. Autopilot disengaged.
Just drop one of those there.
Autopilot engaged.
Look at that. Let me grab another drink real quick. The game will look a little bit choppy for a moment.
Entering system. Great Reef.
Oof. Oof. I saw that. I saw that. That was not supposed to happen. Uh-oh. Did autopilot get borked? Autopilot epically failed.
Boron defense platform.
Okay. We shall continue. We shall continue. Alright, cool beans. Let me get back to the game. Boop! That is where we're trying to go, is to get to that wharf.
The scan has been completed, and I'm pleased to inform you that nothing untoward has been found.
That's fair. Didn't even know that I was being scanned, but that's alright. I'm guessing it was one of these guys. How is Dav's Hope doing? Dav's Hope is done. Done opening up the Sagaris space, the area. I thought there was a wharf in here, but it's in Gaian Prophecy, I guess. Or maybe Brand's Triumph. It's in one of these two. Terrans are not friendly enough yet. So once we're done upgrading all our little stuff, then we are going to go and mess with the Terrans. In the meantime, I can buy a... let's actually do a medium-sized... maybe not those. I really need a Terran ship. I really need a Terran ship.
Boron Wharf.
Looks like storage is about halfway, just a little bit over.
Out of docking range.
Let's scan this bad boy and see what they got.
Docking granted.
See what we got. Scan, scan, scan. Ah, it's so cute. I really like how their modules look. They're all aquatic and watery. The design is very boron. And the music is just amazing. They always do an excellent job with the music, making it sound like the respective faction. No, 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 no.
You should consider a different career.
Should I? He's trying to shoot at me. Sounded very Talati. Ah. I think that guy was following me. He's in for a...
Sentinel.
He is in for a nasty surprise.
Or
Huh.
on board.
That problem will take care of itself. 83%. It's good enough. Although there might be one more. Yes, there was 2 more modules that I needed to hit. These 2 bad boys right here.
Boron Wharf. Docking aborted. Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Let's see if I can get a landing pad right here.
Docking granted.
There we go. Yeah, right.
Pressure.
Actually, well, that's what we need to do. Let's get some better thrusters.
Successfully docked.
Or better engines.
We're pleased to welcome you aboard.
Better thrusters, better shields. I got 8.2 million, so it cost me 1 point whatever. Ion Pulse Railgun. Ion Pulse armaments use magnetic acceleration to launch ionized shards of superheated plasma. As with most boron armaments, such projectiles are more effective in depleting shields than damaging hulls of unshielded targets. Nevertheless, this weapon system, developed by Alea's Astro Security, excels at its intended purpose of intercepting fighters. As such, ion pulse turrets and railguns are widely used on boron military ships and are known to clear a safe passage through enemy formations. A phase cannon. Hold on a second. The atomizer is the one that decreases their speed for a while. I might want to keep that. How much damage does the... Ooh, a lot. That's why. And 8 kilometers. Oh yeah, this is that little pew pew. Okay. We'll keep the atomizer. Three and 4. What are these two? This is 8, and why is 1 and 8 so... Like, shouldn't this be like 1 and 2? Like 1 and 2? Instead of 1 and 8? Why is that 6? Where's number 7? There's number 7. 6, 7, that's fine. Arc turret. The arc turret is what I want to decrease their maneuverability. Alright, while we were waiting on that, gonna make some more money. Put that right about there. Right about there. Just marginal, minimal overlap. But we still want to overlap on that spot right there. And then we look for a Terran wharf. Alright. Next, I'm going to check my messages real quick. Alrighty, had to respond to a message real quick. And there we go. Cool beans, cool beans, cool beans. Alright. Next step, we got a little bit of money. We got a little bit of stationing. We still need to find advanced electronics. Yes. Ooh, that's nice. A little search helper. It's really nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. What is this guy doing? Let's remove all orders. We'll finish exploring later. Perfect. Need 100. And then energy cells. Oops. Do we spot one in here? Energy cell. There we go. I'm not going to chance it going across that danger zone. Right here. Here we go. Ah. Uh-huh. Oh. That's why. There we go. 6,000's fine. Transfer. Transfer. Who is buying water? Right there at the wharf. Earn me some money. And then we'll have you hang out next to my station. Okay. That should get me teleportation level 1 research. That's what I've been waiting on. Once I get teleportation level 1, I'll fill out the rest of these later. And in the meantime, I'll start with the production module hack. Some production modules are worth a lot of money, and so I want to hack them instead of buy them. And we got an autosave. There we go.
Container.
What happened there? Medical supplies.
Boron War. Container. Refined goods complex.
Are you buying any med supplies? 81. I'm not going to worry about it. That's a maximum effort for minimum return type scenario right there. So I ain't messing with that. Let's open up Ocean of Fantasy. Much faster. My ship is performing so much better now.
Entering system. Ocean of Fantasy.
Now that I have some good engines, let's actually put this to the test real quick. Let's hit a full stop and then so from 0 going to about max speed, it takes a few seconds, it still takes a good minute.
Factory.
That's alright. Cool beans. I can boost much longer now. I can get to reasonable travel speeds much quicker, much easier now. Awesome stuff. That is a little bit bright. Oof, that is a little more than a little bit bright.
Station.
It's incredibly bright. Let's face away from the molten planet, shall we? We do a little bit of scanning, and
Illegal wares on drone detected.
don't care. I'm not gonna worry about that one. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Alright, never mind.
Civilian
Since
ship
it's
C.
since it's right in front of me, since it's right there, I might as well pop it, might as well explode it. Blow up!
Please be merciful.
It disappeared into the geometry. Sir, I think that's kind of sort of illegal. I think you're not supposed to do that. Hehehehe.
Tour bus.
Gotcha.
B.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Oh, thank you, Lana. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Moving. Ooh, if that is bright, bright, bright. Gotta look away. Look away from that giant, bright planet. Let me hop into my web browser and follow you back real quick. Blink. There we go. What kind of stuff do you stream? I saw that you were a VTuber. At least that's what it looks like. I could be wrong. Thanks. Happy face.
Entering system. Great Reef.
Protection. Destroy a Guillemot Vanguard. I could take that because
I could count on
I
you.
already have a quest to destroy any ship, so these two will work hand in hand. And I'll just do it ambiently.
Jumpgate. Barren Shores.
Thanks for your help.
Alright, where should I be going? Looks like I have a little bit of hull damage. It's only 3. 3 points ain't too bad. Let's go there.
Autopilot.
Let's go there. Autopilot engaged. Alright, we've Opened up a little bit more stuff, but we haven't found what I'm looking for yet. So, we're going to sell all those for 75, give or take. We're going to head back down here and buy them for much less than 75.
Autopilot disengaged.
We'll drop an advanced satellite over here as well. Skirt! We do a little drifting, we do a little deploying, and next we do a little scanning. Early game bullshittery, early game puttering around.
Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Oh, also, I don't know if you're still lurking in here or not, but let me give you a little shout out real quick. Give you a little shout out. Ah, the enigmatic Lanamorin, a cosmic mystery yet to be unraveled. In the realms of Twitch, they are a star that has yet to shine, but mark my words! Their presence will be felt in the tapestry of streams to come. With no past broadcasts or titles to their name, we are left with a blank canvas thus far, a portal to infinite possibilities. Let us weave a lucid reality where Lana Morin streams are a beacon of light in the digital cosmos. It's a little shout out bot I got. It's an adorable little what's it called? Large language model that will just give a generic, ooh, look at this cosmic shout out and all that kind of stuff. I love it. It's an amazing little tool. I do need to fix that bot and link it up so that it will automatically do a shout out when people follow, subscribe, or do something that I would consider significant to the stream. It is a Frosty Tools bot. I believe you can go to, I think it's frostytools.com, or if you just type it into Google, Frosty Tools, that will take you to that bot if you ever want to use it or mess around with it. I didn't make it, somebody else did. It's just incredibly useful.
Boron trading station.
Alright, 86%, good enough. Good enough.
Jump gate. Watchful gaze.
Well, that is not where I want to go. I want to go in the opposite direction. I want to go empty, empty, empty. Actually, that is where I want to go.
Jump gate. Watchful gaze.
Let's see. Mission offers. Working missions. 2 units of spacesuit bombs is what I need. Then we can deliver them.
Autopilot engaged.
That needs a smaller ship. Barracuda, but Barracuda are so incredibly slow that it's almost not even worth using. The Barracuda needs I don't know if any devs are listening right now, but in my personal opinion, I think that the Barracuda definitely needs a straight line, a straight line speed buff. I can understand having next to no travel speed because it's essentially a bomber, it's a heavy fighter. But
Autopilot disengaged.
But it's way too slow right now in terms of its regular standard straight line speed.
Entering system. Watchful gaze.
Excuse me. Managers. Don't need any managers. Don't have any managers. Worth grabbing. I don't have any new modules. We just got this Dickinson water. Mr. Dickinson's. I've got a, I could add this fella here. But there's no real need to just yet.
Jump gate. Heretics end.
Let's go explore the north. To the burning wastelands of the north. Let's explore what's up and around here.
Entering system. Watchful gaze.
Oops, what happened there? What happened there? That was a bug. That was a little bug right there.
Jump gate. Heretics end.
There we go.
Entering system. Heretics end.
Vwomp. Hey, they added a little bit of a purple color gradient to that. That looks nice. That looks good. Looks good. There it is.
Okinawa. Research.
Comms channel open. One moment, please.
Greetings. I am Dr. Rick Feynman, Chief Scientist of the Oberth and in charge of Project Genesis. Our research vessel is currently observing anomalies in gravimetric shears in this region.
Project Genesis? How long will it take? Let's start with what is Project Genesis.
It's just part of our gravimetric studies. For now, it's just a mass of data from our sensors, but we'll publish our research once it is concluded. Anything else?
One moment. Dr. Rick Feynman, I'm going to respond to a message. Alrighty. Message responded to, and so how long will Project Genesis take?
We are currently lacking antimatter cells to complete our observations. If you can organize a delivery to this vessel, we'll be able to greatly advance our timetable.
Interesting.
Said they are researching the same anomaly which brought the station over here. Most of the gravimetric charge dispersed during that event, but but they brought quite an array of equipment to examine the traces. Let's just hope that this satisfies their curiosity and leads to their departure.
The Oberth is missing a turret.
Okinawa. Research.
Just scan that ship real quick. And be on my merry little way. Let's go this way.
Morning Star.
Wait, no, that's the Morning Star. Let's go this way.
Wretched skies.
To wretched skies. Wretched skies.
Entering system. Wretched
Let's
skies.
see what's over there. I believe that's a... Is that an equipment dock, shipyard, or wharf? Let's find out. Destroy mines for the Zioth Patriarchy. Let's actually accept that. Make friends with Zyarth real quick. He won't be a permanent ally because he's the natural enemy of the Boron, and I'm friendly with the Boron. I want to stay friends with the Boron, and I want to role play a little bit into that. Oops. Oh, that was an accelerator. That's what it was. Alright.
Unknown object.
I thought so. What is going on over there?
Microchip factory. Dragon. Container.
We found something out here.
You... okay. Hold on a second. Who got blown up? Oh, Boron got blown up. See, that's what I'm talking about. They're not friends. The Boron would like to be friends. Alright, well, we're heading in that general direction. We're just going to flippity flip those advanced satellites. I got some money now, but large-sized ships are still quite expensive. Around 20 million. But for a low preset, it's about 6 million. But with their acceleration at only 37, it's really slow acceleration. Not very efficient as a ship. Let me save the game before I start playing around with mines. And grab myself a drink of water there. Cool. Check my messages. All good to go.
Unknown object.
There's another one.
Friend foe mine. Unknown object.
Oh, it's a little bit close. A little bit close.
Unknown object.
Just busted my shields a little bit. That's alright. That's what they're there for. The shields anyways. I guess the mines as well.
Unknown object. Danger.
Whatever. Ain't no thing.
Accelerate. Friend foe mine.
One right there and one up there. Could just ram
Danger.
it. Could just ram it. Ramming speed. Cool beans.
Buffalo. Entering. Wretched skies. For family Valka.
Family of Velka. I'm guessing that was a boron sturgeon. Yep, it was a boron something or other. It was a dolphin by the looks of it.
Container.
Got a crystal bit, high energy, some claytronics. Did I pick up all those claytronics? I probably did. Yes, I don't need those. Don't need those. How is my Urokanji doing? It's doing alright. It's doing what it's supposed to. Once it takes off, I will have it purchase some more. There we go. Upgrade. 46. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Problem solved.
Entering system. Family Zin.
Eek! Please do not hit the rocks. Let's not hit the rocks. Let's not get ourselves exploded. No exploding oneself just yet. Is my research going? It's on its way. Cool beans. Let's adjust all of my accounts.
Refined goods complex.
I guess I can hit the next
Unknown
one.
Station.
Let's make some friends with Zyarth, the Zyarth Patriarchy. We want to use them to our own benefit, and then we will betray them and destroy them all. But that won't be for a very, very long time from now. For now, we feign friendship. I'm a danger boron.
Civilian ship D.
Gotcha. Got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Alright, get some scan off. Scan. Eek! Split modules are beautiful. They look wonderful. They look amazing. They look great.
Medical supply.
Thank you.
You are very welcome. Medical supplies.
Medical supply factory.
80% is good enough. Well, since we're here, let's get this little habitat scanned. And let's get out of here. Let's go to that equipment dock. Look at the size of that boulder. That is a nice boulder. Here, let me check my messages. Slow boat a little bit. You'll see the game get a little bit choppy because I'm focused out of it. Cool. Cool beans, cool beans.
Ore refinery.
Ore refinery. 1, 2, 3. It's not too bad. Whoa. What happened there? What is happening here?
E.
Oof.
Finished the teleportation research.
Oof. Look at that.
I am yet to test it on a life form. Given that I am monitoring your life signs anyway, perhaps you could do the honors.
Let's go blow that ship up.
backup?
Requesting immediate backup. I got you, bro. I got you backed up. Let's see if I can scan it.
Nothing to scan. Move along.
Gotcha. Disable their engines. Explodey the enemy. You see that? Boron and Split can be friends.
Container.
Who's attacking me? Oh, more Xenon.
M.
Scan that guy. Not that it matters. Not that it matters, but jack up his engines a little bit so he can't move. Poor little AI bot. He just wanted to terraform worlds at the expense of literally everything. What was this?
Container.
Software.
M.
I have picked up some spacefly eggs. They will be useful later on. Later on. Actually.
Thank you.
Let me get a little bit closer to the plane. Real quick. About right there. A little bit more. I see that guy.
M.
We'll drop an advanced satellite right here. Keep an eye on the jump gate, and if this wharf even survives, keep an eye on that as well. If it survives. While we're heading in that direction, let's watch out for the rock. Let's earn some money. You already got him. Cool beans. You're going to go there, sell that, offload all those satellites, and come back.
Behemoth. E.
What's that Behemoth E doing?
Hey, you can't do that.
Well, my apologies.
M.
Poor little terraformer bot.
M. Container. Quasar. Ammunition container.
War-torn area. Quite the war-torn area. You know, on an unrelated note, one thing that I really want to do is, if you're familiar with Darktide, I want to go into Darktide as a war correspondent. It's a team-based game, but
Container.
I think it'd just be really funny to go in there and start reporting on what the other 3 people on my team are doing. I think it'd be hilarious. If I can pull it off correctly. If I can manage it correctly, it'll be great. Looks like they're not even touching his shields. All those ships and they can't blow them up? What's going on?
Behemoth. E.
Patrol destroyer. Let me check information on that guy. Shields, 138k. Huh.
M.
Oh, it's because they're all defense drones. That's why they're not doing any meaningful damage.
M. Defense drone.
Alright, Zyrath is about to be a friend.
Jump gate.
Killing that last Xenon should be enough.
Danger. Entering system. Arcus Cascade.
Yep, I'm not going to waste my time trying to mess with that. I cannot help split, sorry. Is it right there? Is that what I'm looking for? Well, we do a little exploring.
Danger. Xenon station.
I wonder. We're gonna take a little bit of a risk here. Was it? Oof. Nope. 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 Bad idea. Never mind. Let's get out of here. That way. If one shot kills half my shields, I'm probably not in the best of situations. I should probably cut my losses. That little bug ship. Bugsies.
Unknown object.
Looks like a bug, but it's actually an AI robot. Skirt. Let's get marginally stationary. Deploy and get the hell out of here.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
This right here is a great spot to gate camp and grab
Sentinel.
Oops.
Container.
And grab little things. See all this little stuff here. Yeah, surprise, surprise. A robot with guns can actually hit you. Did I hit reasonable? I did not. Oh well. We'll open up more trades with Zyarth later on.
Container.
Well, there's the guys that were following me. Hum for 10. You're about to get exploded.
Ammunition container.
Feels kind of like I might have picked up some wares.
Container.
This drift. The drift. The drift is brutal.
Friend foe mine. Container.
Whatever. How am I doing on let's see here. Logo, that's fine, whatever. Inventory, that's what I was looking for. Only 2 million worth. That's not great.
Jump gate. Silent witness.
Alright, well I'm heading in that general direction. You'll see the game get a little bit choppy. Cool. Yes, please. Yes, ma'am. Whoa!
Entering
Whoa!
system. Silent witness.
No, wrong way. Alright, whatever. We're going this way then. Not a big deal.
System.
Who cares?
Atikva's choice.
We'll, go this way. Open up Morning Star. Zoom. Zoom. Why am I going so slow? There we go. There we go. Want to be hitting around 11, 12 kilometers.
Entering system. Argon Prime.
Zoom, zoom, that away. There's two of them. Oh, right, because one of them was a,
We're still waiting for antimatter cells to complete our observations.
Yes,
It
yes,
seems
yes,
the
of course, sir.
Terrans, or maybe even the station's current occupant, are obstructing any deliveries to block our progress. If you can organize a delivery, please do so.
Sure.
It will greatly advance our timetable.
Sure. Messages, not yet. It'll come. Argon Shipyard. I actually wanted to see what those new ships look like. The Behemoth E. It's not bad. Looks good, actually. Looks really good. Looks much better than the older variants, the Vanguard, Behemoth.
Entering system. The Reach.
Colossus looks a lot better compared to the old Vanguard variants. They're very similar. Interesting. Much better fidelity, much higher detail. Much, much better. Much, much better. Let's drop an advanced satellite there. That's really all I wanted to handle over here.
Jump gate. Argon Prime.
Actually, before any of that happens...
Pressure.
This has just been bugging me for a little while. Bzzzt. Alright.
Docking granted.
Cool. Cool
Sir?
beans. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. Alright.
Entering system. Argon Prime.
I wonder, under settings, accessibility, colorblind options, looking for not faction Terran, but faction unknown. It's all text. That's not it. Where's all the factions? There they are. Faction unknown. Or ownerless. Gray, moderate glow. Let's move that down. Save. Just responding to a message real quick. All right. A friend of mine was offering to help me out a little bit, and I just wanted to send them a message, let them know that, like, hey,
Argon Wharf.
I'd really appreciate it, but I would like to pay you for it if I can get around to paying you for it. I don't want to ask for anything for free. However, that being said, if you are offering for free, then I won't say no to that. Won't say no to that for sure. But yeah, I would definitely lean towards paying somebody for their services. If somebody works hard to build something for me, then I'd like to use some of my hard work to pay them back. I just can't really do that right now. Not quite yet. Once I reach affiliate, Twitch affiliate, once I've got 50 followers, and I think there was one other metric that they required, but once I reach Twitch affiliate, I can start earning some revenue. Once I start earning some revenue, I can start paying for things. I can start helping people out. I can start upping my game and increasing the production quality of my stream. But for now, I gotta take some baby steps. I'm in a kind of a weird economic position where I don't really have any money available, and I have a bunch of time. Basically, what happened was I moved across states, and so I'm a little bit strapped right now. And then also, I just got tired of working regular 9-to-5 type jobs, regular jobs, I guess you'd call them. And so I'm trying to build something with my stream. I'm also looking for a regular job as well, so that my income won't be wholly dependent on ad revenue or the stream or any of that kind of stuff. I think that's important for my early days to get a secondary source of income. That way I won't have to rely on Twitch income to pay for services rendered, etc., etc. I'm definitely in need of some new logos and something to help tie my main Twitch page together, help grow that up a little bit. Help glow it up a little bit. But as I said, patience, patience. I gotta be patient about all that.
Behemoth E.
Any other missions? No, just the one. Anything other than cash? Nope. What about that one? Industrial espionage. I don't need that.
Entering system. Second contact.
Let's go Let's go hit up some Terran space. Let's head towards Super Earth. Uh-oh. Bonk.
Unknown object.
We can also open up the other second contact sectors. Actually, I'll do that later. I can have an AI ship do that.
Jump gate. The void.
Going back to where we started for the day. Heading back in that direction.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
I need to find a Terran wharf.
Entering system. The void.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. It is what it is. Update offers there.
Danger.
Oops.
Hazardous region detected.
That was a bad spot to be in. Ah! This is a bad spot to be in. Let me get out of there.
Jump gate. Getsufune.
Getsufune. Check my messages. I got a couple messages. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Entering system. Getsufune.
Responded to a message. Alright, how is my OBS studio doing? Sweet. Cool beans. Okay. So, what am I doing? I'm getting lost.
Jump gate. Sol.
Let's not get lost. Let us find our way. Is that some ice or is that... No, it's just some panels. Just some panels. Alright, alright, alright. If you guys like my content, please send me a follow. It really helps me a lot. I'm a bit of a variety streamer. Right now I'm focusing mostly on X4 Foundations and Warhammer 40k Darktide. I like a pretty large variety of games. I'm not too picky when it comes to what kinds of games I play. Generally something more action or strategy oriented is what I lean towards.
Jump gate.
And sometime in the near future, so probably within the next 1 or 2 months, I'm going to pick up a playthrough on Valheim as well. I think that they're releasing a new biome in Valheim, the Ashlands, and I believe that's in beta. I don't know enough about Valheim to really give good beta feedback for Valheim, but in the meantime, in the meantime, I'm working X4 because there's a beta offering feedback to the developers. Hopefully it will help them get a better idea of what the general and average player perspective is like. I try to leave them feedback on what I prefer and what I like to see, and then if I notice something on the forums that's kind of like a general trending topic or a general trending feedback, I'll incorporate that as well into whatever it is that I'm talking about. And that way I can hopefully, preferably, give them a very well-rounded response. And you know, I hesitate to say criticism, but you know, for lack of a better term, well-rounded criticism and response, feedback, etc. on their new 7.0 beta. That way they can take that information and build an even better game out of it. Whether they agree with me or not, you know, they'll pick and choose and find what works for them.
Entering Jupiter.
Alright, let's go that way. Actually, we don't have to go there. We can... These defense stations are usually better at popping up a little criminal traffic that I can blow up. I just need to hit a few more to hit -9 or above, and then I can trade with the Terrans, and I can open up better relations with them, and that's kind of what I'm doing right now.
Stop that criminal.
There he is.
Maintenance vessel.
Don't do it.
Oops. Sorry about the friendly fire.
Terran station security vessel.
Try not to blow up the security guys. They would not like that. 1 or 2 more little station criminal vessels should be enough to achieve my current goal. And that will open up the Terran quest line. That way I can start doing Terran missions and Terran quests. The main Terran storyline, that is.
Accelerator. Saturn.
New campaign. Hi, Angela. Thank you. Yeah, so there's a beta for their upcoming DLC.
Thank you.
And so that's kind of what I'm testing out for them. And this is a new game scenario. It was the Queen's Herald game start from Kingdom End, the DLC. Basically, I'm a flying Squidward, and I'm just basically running around trying to make friends with a bunch of factions, grow my economic side, and in time I'll test out their endgame crisis scenario. So this is like from a ground up sort of playthrough. This entire playthrough is going to be on stream, so I'm not going to be doing any sort of little earning money stuff on the side off stream. All of this, everything will be recorded, everything will be on camera for this playthrough. And then it is also the vanilla game as well, no mods. If I were to install mods right now, that would get in the way of developer feedback. And that's basically what I'm going for. How's your day so far? What you up to? Anything exciting, anything fun that you're doing today? Skirt! The drift is real. The drift is real. Alright. Grab me another little criminal that will spawn. Have you ever played X4 before? And then also, let me grab some water. So I'm trying to launch the beta 2, but I have more than 15 mods, so no feedback from me. I understand that. I usually run about that amount as well. I generally play either Star Wars Interworlds or Variety Rebounds Overhaul VRO. And then I'll add like pretty much all of the compatible mods that I can find, and I make it into a pretty big game. I'll stream some modded playthroughs at some point, but because the beta is happening right now, that's kind of where my focus is. And then I'll be right back. I'll still be here, but let me get some water real quick. Let me also respond to a message off stream real quick. You'll notice the game's a little bit choppy. That's because I'm focused out of the window. It's actually saving on CPU cycles by doing that. Alrighty, back to it. Make sure all my turrets are off so I don't accidentally blow up all the Terrans. Got him! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I guess since I'm here I can scan the station. Check out these new scan colors. They've updated the way that like the scan looks, and it just looks so much better in my opinion. I do still, if you check my VODs, you'll notice that I say this a lot, but I do still think that the quote-unquote requirement to basically ram your ship into these little modules to scan it, I think that still definitely needs an overhaul. I think that the ideal or preferential solution, you're welcome, I think that the preferential solution to that would be to get somewhere kind of relatively close to the station, oops, push a button, and then over time, like over the next 20 seconds or so, the next 30 seconds or so, these little scan modules will start to fill in from white to scanned, and that would be a cool little mini game to work with or to use to make scanning stations a little bit more ironically a little bit less engaging, but a little bit more fun. Because then I don't have to actually bump into these modules, potentially get stuck and just have a weird, awkward interaction with the space station. So, hopefully devs hear my plea, provide for us a mini game for me and everybody else.
Microlattice factory.
Microlattice, don't need. I can finally trade. I can finally start the Terran quest line, and before I do that, I'm going to look for a Terran wharf so that I can do two things.
Accelerator. Uranus.
One, so that I can upgrade or not upgrade, so I can get some more advanced satellites, and then also so I can get a better spaceship. Oops. Let me expand my player side, my side of chat real quick so I can see what's going on with chat. Alright, Otterdoggo, welcome, welcome. If you enjoy my content, please grant me a follow. It really helps me reach the affiliate level on Twitch. Otterdoggo says, awesome name by the way. I've always been suggesting that Signal Leak thing should have a circle instead of a signal bar to show you what direction to point. Yeah, that would be really cool. And a range of a kilometer or two. Yes, that way you don't have to like run into the station just to achieve your goal. I think that it's just immersion breaking to have to like slam into the station to scan the data leaks or to scan the modules themselves. Angela says, did you saw that Ignormos guide that is on Steam, the not for beginner guide? I might have. I'll have to double check on it in a minute. For context, I'm running off of one monitor, so I don't have like the greatest streaming setup right now. I'm still getting started. That's kind of why I'm pushing so much for the follows and to hit that affiliate level so I can start earning some income and start putting that towards a better setup. I know, right? It's a big monitor. To be fair, it's basically a 4K TV. It's got 60 FPS, so it's not the greatest in terms of the frames, but it's definitely serviceable. And it can, wow, you got 4 of them. Bro, this is the way. Yeah, I'll definitely grab some when I can. Right now, I'm in between jobs. I'm looking for a job. I just moved across state lines, and so I'm really being conservative with my cash right now. I'm really saving my money and what's it called? Pushing it as far as it can go. Every dollar as far as it can go. Yeah, I having one monitor wasn't bad like 3 months ago when I wasn't streaming. It was perfectly fine. It did everything that I needed it to do. And now that I'm streaming it, I'm feeling the pain. I feel the pain. Let me do a couple things real quick while we're just slow boating our way there. Let me give you a, oops. Let me give you a shout out, Angela. You've been awesome. Behold, a mystical enigma shrouded in silence. Angela 26312, the cosmic voyager of uncharted streams. With no past broadcasts or tags to guide us just yet, we are left to dream of the adventures they may bring. In the stars, I see a tale of discovery and wonder, where viewers are whisked away on ethereal journeys yet to be unveiled. Let us weave a lucid reality into our world where Angela 26312's presence is a beacon of fantastical promise. Also, let me tab out real quick and get over to Twitch so I can follow you guys. Oops, 26312. 26312. If you ever do pick up streaming, I would love to view it. I would love to watch it and see what you guys got. And shout out to the Otterdoggo as well. It's called Frosty Tools. It's a little shout out bot that just creates like a little mystical, magical, in my case, shout out to people who have been streaming. And I believe that you guys can do that as well if you just type !SO and then their name. Somebody who's helped me out a lot on my streams is Aquabandit. He's an awesome person. He's a variety streamer. I met him when he was playing Darktide. That's kind of where our connection is, and he's just an all-around great guy. He's helped me out just with little bits of advice here and there. He's been a joy to be with. He's lurked on my streams a bunch. Nothing but good things to say to Aqua Bandit. And also, he does an amazing Sokka and the Boulder impression. So if you ever check him out on his streams, ask him to do a Sokka impression or a Boulder impression. I think that would be kind of funny. I think he'd get a kick out of that. He might even be here right now, I don't know.
Entering Uranus.
We are entering. How is the beta working out? It is a net improvement. There are a couple bugs. If you check on the forums, you'll kind of see what's going on. The endgame crisis, the feedback that most people have provided for that thus far is that it's in kind of like a weird janky sort of spot where assets will just kind of spawn right on where enemy assets, the crisis assets, will basically spawn right on top of your stuff. So I think that needs to be worked out as well. It's going to be a while before I hit the endgame crisis, but I do want to test that out and see how that's going. And have I done the Hatikva questline yet? I've done it off stream like 7 or 8 different times. On this specific playthrough, I'm about 30% of the way there to getting Dalbusta, everybody's favorite and certainly my favorite data analyst.
Accelerator, Neptune.
Dalbusta is the greatest. He's the homie. He'll help you commit war crimes without batting an eye, if that's what you want to do, or he'll help you do the right thing. Dalbusta is just a good in-game friend. One faction is stuck inside the walls. I'd like to see what that looks like. I did see the Talati and the Boron like office spaces, those little faction rooms, and they look beautiful. The updates to the assets, whenever they update them, they just look great. I love it. One guy. Which one guy? The bald guy? The bald guy is who I was talking about. Oh, you got stuck on it. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. I probably won't get around to that today because I just got that started, but tomorrow. You can't reach the NPC, uh-oh. 2 other people got the same issue. Was it on a station? Do you know what station it was? Was it like a Hatikva, was it this Hatikva trading station?
Kyushu, Accelerator, Pluto.
Hold up a second. I'm in Neptune. There it is. There it is. That's where I need to go. I'm interested to see what that issue is, because like I said, the whole purpose of this playthrough is to basically break the game, to test it out, to see what's going on with it, all that kind of stuff, to find issues, so I'd like to see what's going on there. It was pretty early, yeah. So it was on this trade station? Probably a Hatikva. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. I managed to get through the quest line. I'll show you where I'm at right now. I need to get some materials for the bombs. I probably have enough for them. Remote detonator, secure container, and unstable crystal. Oh, I think I'm missing unstable crystals. No, I got enough. I got 2 of them. Secure container. I got enough. Remote detonator. Okay, I just gotta build them. Cool. I'll do that when I hit the station, and then I can...
Entering system. Renan's Triumph.
Then I can progress. Also, that reminds me to check my...
This will allow you to gain blueprints by scanning leaks on certain modules. If you could, Please gather the required materials.
Yes, sir. Start getting those hacks worked out.
Autopilot disengaged.
The general progression for research that I would recommend is teleportation 1, just in case you get stuck, you don't have to reload the game. And then go straight into production module hacks, so that way I can get like the 20 million Claytronics module, the advanced electronics modules, and start what's it called? Gaining access to those. Once I have access to those modules, then I can put this money to good use by building some worthwhile stations. And right now I'm just doing the gimmicky, almost cheaty, definitely cheesy advanced satellite flipping, where you sell them for about 75k or so each, turn right around and buy them for about 45 to 50. And earn, I think it's about 1.3 million per run on those little ships. Should I buy here is... I can't get the katana just yet. I still need some reputation with the pioneers before I can get the goat of a small-sized mission-running ship, the Takoba. That's just the best small-sized mission-running ship that I've ever seen. It's fast, it's got enough guns, it's got enough shields, it's got enough maneuverability, can do everything you need except for container storage. In the meantime, let's get a gas bolo, get some combat drives. What's the difference? Sizable. That's alright. I'm a little bit of a fancy nerd. I like maxing out the presets. I like maxing out the whatevers whenever I'm playing a game. 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't need any of that. Defend. Never knew you could flip satellites. Yeah, it may have always been around, but I discovered it when the Terran DLC was released. And like I said, it's really cheesy and gimmicky. I don't think it should be, for lack of a better term, in the game. But closed loop, yeah, definitely. Just throw some energy cells in there and some hull parts, and then you can flip them for even cheaper and gain even more of a profit off of them. Auxiliary ships are wonderful. They really help, especially if you close loop it. The way that I always recommend people, it's kind of like a carrier. So auxiliary is kind of like a carrier, but it can restock the entire fleet, including large and XL size ships. So it definitely has a better use case in terms of repairs, but it's weaker than a carrier, so you definitely want to use both. Yeah, they make great traders too, because they have some of the biggest cargo capacity. And so what I always recommend to players is to set their global onto closed loop all the time, no matter what, because this will collapse all of the necessary complex Commonwealth wares from requiring 10 different things to create one, down to hull parts, Claytronics, energy cells, and Terran stuff wherever possible. So first thing I always do is change that over to closed loop and set up all of my background stuff. I like to set up all these little baseline blacklists to begin with. And that way it's just nice, it's neat, it's organized, closed, open, that kind of thing. Default fire authorizations are always going to be on the default. I guess we could do restrained. I'll do defensive. No, I'll do restrained for now. I think they're locked relations until I do something about it. Who else is on default? The free families, defensive for now. Buccaneers can stay default. Actually, I'll do aggressive or restrained. We'll go with aggressive. Closed loop and universal. So let's take a look at advanced satellites, for example. They're probably the best example. So universal is the Commonwealth, so like boron, argon, split, paranid, teladi. Takoba is also my favorite, small size, all-rounder. Nice to hear that you like it. Yes, I love it. It's amazing. It just feels so smooth to fly. I really like the boron ships, but the only downside of them is slow acceleration and a lot of drift. So, anyways, back to the closed loop and universal. So this requires a lot of different wares, especially when you're adding on all the different types of equipment out there. Terran is pretty straightforward with their stuff because Terran only have like 6 or 7, and 2 of which are shared, or 2 of which, yeah, energy cells and med supplies are shared with everybody. And then the 3 substrates, microlattice and carbide, is Terran specific. So when it comes to Terran equipment, it's always going to require Terran stuff anyways. So your shipyards, your wharfs, equipment docks are always going to reserve space for the Terran stuff anyways. Universal, like I said, it requires advanced electronics, requires scanning arrays, etc. Closed loop, it's always going to be Claytronics, energy cells, hull parts. Claytronics, energy cells, hull parts. So being able to collapse the requirements down to minimize the stuff that's required helps to create more space per ware in your shipyard or your wharf. And it makes it easier to manage, easier to work with as far as logistics are concerned. When I'm playing modded games, I'm almost always doing like a closed loop / Terran thing exclusively, unless I'm playing as like a specific Commonwealth race. That way I'll only need, and the way to do this, the way to like make this work is to only buy stuff that has a closed loop option available. So like engines, for example, Argon engines, because they're used by the Vigor Syndicate and by the scrap economy, they have a closed loop option versus Universal, so like 2 wear requirements versus 3. Terran stuff is always going to be Terran. Like, there is no other option there, right? So that's just going to be what it is. It's a good... But if I were to go in and buy something boron, then I would require energy, antimatter converters and engine parts. So when I'm like getting super min-maxy, I'll only mess with, and if I want to like minimize my logistics, I'll only get Terran and the Argon wares that are shared between the Argon and the Syndicate. And there are like some Teladi engines that will do that as well. But it just really helps with logistics, is kind of the long and short of it. It makes logistics a lot easier. Or something, weapons are usually the most egregious. So like Paranid Mass Driver, there's not going to be any other closed loop option available, which means I have to make space for composites, electronics, and weapon components. You'll get there for sure. It's kind of the way to go if you're going for the scorched earth, conquering the entire universe. They are, yeah. It's taken me like 2 days and I'm still barely at any sort of cash flow. When I'm playing off stream, when I'm playing mods, I'll generally do a creative custom start so that I can bypass the early game and start the macro strategic game much quicker. But since it's time for a beta and time for a new playthrough, time for a new beta, time for a new DLC equals time for a new playthrough, time for a new vanilla playthrough. Since long before the Boron came out. Awesome. Yeah, I have a lot of time, so I've played this game religiously. It's basically like my main hobby outside of like working stuff or whatever. And so I've racked up a stupid amount of hours in this game. I've got like almost 5,000 hours in this game. Beta's a lot of fun. I always recommend that people play with the beta to kind of get an idea of what to expect, and then also to help the developers with feedback and all that kind of good stuff as well. Mining ship. Go with all-around thrusters. What should I call this? Just below gas. Actually, hold up. Gas. Perfect. Let's get one of those. Wait. Hold up. I missed something. We want 3 and as many as possible. We'll do 5 and as many as possible. Alright. How many can I afford? Just 1 for now. Terran versus Argon. Yeah, I when it comes to the Terran quest line, spoiler alert for anybody who is concerned about that, eventually you can decide whether to send them to war against each other. So it would be the Argon and the Antigone Republic at war against the Terrans, or you can break ties between Antigone and Argon, which would stop them from trading between each other, or you can leave things alone as is. I always create a war between the Terrans and Argon Antigone for a couple different reasons. Does any shipyard build any ship? The player shipyard does. So, player shipyard, it just depends on what blueprints you have available. And then everything else is faction specific. So like, these guys will only build Argon stuff, of course, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, reason why I incite war between the Terrans and the Argon is to actually help feed the economy. So that as these ships keep getting blown up between the war, there is a constant loop between income and outgoing materials. Right now the Terrans they're not really at war with anybody, so they're just stockpiling and stockpiling and stockpiling, not really spending very much. Got reputation with Terran and Zyarth, and Zyarth got wiped out again. That's another thing that I'm looking at. Family Jin isn't doing very well, so I have a feeling, a sneaking suspicion, that they're gonna get wrecked again, which, as a Boron game start, from an RP perspective, no big deal, I don't really care too much, as long as I have the time and space available to do the split quest lines. Yeah, split are definitely weak against the Xenon. They've been working on that with like every iteration and update, so hopefully the split will be able to hold off on their own until I can get a more decent economy feeding them. But one thing that I generally stay away from in modded playthroughs is being friends with everybody and enemies with no one. In this vanilla testbed playthrough, because of the way that the endgame crisis just kind of spawns stuff right on top of you and is a little bit like not in the best spot right now, and also because the endgame crisis triggers around or after 500 million in player military assets, you're hedged and you're basically forced to do an economic playthrough and build up your economy incredibly large first, and then once you have a snowball effect, you pour all of that into your production. Crisis is coming with 7.0. It's a Xenon slash cock Xenon slash cock not really invasion force, but it's more like a raiding force. They're basically there to cause you problems. And the primary pain point that's basically unanimous across the board is that those death ball fleets just spawn right on top of your stuff. And so the effect on this is twofold. One, it's immersion breaking, because almost everything else in this game has to be built from the ground up, created, then ordered to go and do the thing. So it's all tied to the economy, and nothing is really spawned in unless it's like a quest ship or something like that. So that's immersion breaking to spawn things in. The next problem with spawning stuff right on top of your assets is that it encourages you heavily and punishes you heavily if you don't centralize your assets. So when I play this game, I usually like to play a little bit wider. I like to build stations here, all over the place. The endgame Crisis punishes you heavily for that, because I could have a station over here with not a whole lot of military assets, and it can spawn on top of this station and blow it up, and that's kind of a problem for a lot of people. Right, yeah. So I've seen basically two different kinds of players. There's some players who will choose a sector, let's say Heretic's End, and then they'll build like 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20, 30 different stations all in this little area. That minimizes travel time and all that good stuff, I get it. Everything's centralized. Makes it pretty easy to manage. And then there's other players who are a little bit more like you or me, who like to build stuff all over the place. Especially if I'm role-playing as a friendly Boron. Friendly Boron wants to make friends with everybody. Friendly Boron wants to build and provide for everybody. Same thing if I'm playing as a Talati. Business Talati wants to make money and make credits everywhere that they possibly can. They want to open up every single market in the universe. So there's a lot of reasons why a player would choose to decentralize their stuff, and right now they're basically punished for it. Yeah, Boron economy takes a long while to get started and to get going. Yeah, I could see that. 7.0 does look to be doing a lot better. It's like their wharf is pretty full. I can get a pretty reasonable amount of stuff out of it. Their trading stations are still lacking quite a lot. I don't know about these ones because they aren't opened up. This could use some assistance, but the Boron need a lot of help for sure. Part of that is lore and universe, because with the non-Queen's Herald game start, Sanctuary of Darkness is basically closed off until you do a little quest line to open up the provinces adrift, and then later on you connect the two together. Spoiler alert if you haven't already. And then I'm currently building 150 million boron ship materials production factory to get my ships made. That's the Talati in you. That's the business side. Yeah, so I'm basically going to build up in the provinces adrift. I've got this blacklisted because it's a dangerous area, and I'm not really going to touch this. The boron will feed themselves through this little area. That way I can minimize destruction over here and really help. So the reason why I like to, and why I really basically, it's somewhat dangerous. So I don't have the highways built up yet. And so if an NPC ship kind of pulls a stupid and tries to just do a straight shot through, it'll probably get blown up somewhere in here. Sanctuary of Darkness has like a sort of energy field that wreaks havoc on your shields and hull. So what the NPCs are supposed to do and what they'll generally do is take the safe passage through Sanctuary. And there's like a little triangle area that's safe around the center and around this external area. Yeah, exactly. And then Queen's Herald Game Start will start you out over here, so you basically already did that quote-unquote first ship, or that first quest. On release of 6.0, I lost a lot of ships there. So not so much anymore, I don't think. I know that they improved it significantly by the time we hit 6.2, and I haven't tested it out in 7.0 yet, but if it's safe enough, then I'll just open it up and let my stuff flow through it without any issues. Yeah, I think they solved that in 6.2. So it should still be the case, but as of right now, if you'll see my blacklist, I just have dangerous regions X'd out. So that my mining ships don't try to mine in Sanctuary, and so that, more specifically than that, so that my mining ships don't try to mine in the Void, because the Void is just a little bit too dangerous for miners. Bolo Agas. Another thing that I'm really pushing for with the devs is to integrate custom tabs into the base game. If you've heard of the mod custom tabs on the Nexus, what that does is that allows you, through extension options, to create more tabs and either copy or move over assets into those tabs. And it really helps significantly when it comes to player logistics. I could show you my Star Wars Inner Worlds playthrough that just has like 30 different sectors, basically from Imperial space all the way down to Coruscant, all covered with just my assets. And I'm able to do that because of custom tabs. I'm able to do that effectively because of custom tabs, let me put it that way. You have Hostile Owned and Windfall Avarice blocked. Windfall and Avarice is a good space to block. My Pontifex are killing it. They almost immediately went into faulty logic and took it over from the Xenon. And I think they're going to be a powerhouse on this playthrough. What I would... I lean towards the unification on the two quest lines for Pontifex and Paranids. What I might do this time around is the Duke's quest line, because I believe I still need a or not a, but the achievement for it. Let me just double check and see. I think I still need... I need breaking up the band, so I need to turn against the Empyrean Curs. I need a heart for pirates, so I'm going to try and do that, save the Yaki against their will. I also need push the button. Ooh, I could do push the button and cause a crisis in the Terran space. I might be a little warmonger in this one. I think I'm gonna be a warmonger in this playthrough. Let's see. Turning Tide, Treasure Hunter, Circular Economy. There's some new hidden achievements. Hey Swag, how's it going? How's your day so far? I thought I needed the achievement for the Dukes, but I might have that already. Oh well, I'll figure it out later. Yes, incredibly complex game. That's part of the reason why I love it so much, is it allows you to do just about anything. Got stuck on the task. If you... No, I definitely don't mind any questions. This playthrough is for feedback to the developers. It's also just to help people out. I've played this game religiously since 2020, and I've racked up about 5,000 hours in it. Mostly in mods, but I do know a fair amount about the vanilla game as well. Here, let me arm those. Yeah. It's really hard to find information on this game about what to do and how to handle XYZ situation. Cheap defense station blueprints. I do for Interworlds. I do for Star Wars Interworlds. But not for vanilla. Actually, I might for vanilla. 2 little mining crew, scavenging, silicon, and argon prime. And that's how you get started, definitely. Welcome, Robin J. So, blueprints, that's actually a good... It's actually... Thank you for that second... I cannot talk right now. Word's hard. It's been a while since I've had some water too, so I gotta do that. Let me see what I'm working with as far as my own blueprints go. I do have a lot of boron stuff. Terran. This is from 6.2. And these... I don't think I have them posted, but I can post them on the official forums. These were from a terraforming game in 6.2 back when I was playing 6.2 vanilla back when it was released. And give me just 1 second. Oh, I gotta actually take a quick 5-minute break. I gotta get some water and do something real quick, and I'll be back in about 5. Let me just pop up my BRB. And give me about 5 minutes, please and thank you.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disengaged.
Testing, testing. Can you guys hear me? You cannot hear me. Really? Really? Press 1 if you can hear me. Not at all. Okay. Alright. Alright. Thank you, thank you. Cool. I was in... what's it called? Discord. Unmute the stream. Alright. You got it. I'm still learning a lot of the software tips and tricks and how to make all of that work. I have a microphone on my headset, and with that microphone, if I hit mute on that microphone, it kind of pops. And so I don't want to do that too much, but that's what I've been doing before in the past. I can show you guys, but you know, it's just a little bit jarring. Here it goes. 3, 2, 1, mute. And unmuted. Was there like a weird staticky sound when I did that? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Tiny pop. Yeah, it's that tiny pop that I want to avoid. So I'm kind of like in a catch-22 situation because I don't want to... So like, you know how on like some streams, you know, you can hear people gulping and drinking and doing their whole like and whatever. Like I don't want to subject you guys to that. But at the same time, I don't want to subject you to that pop either. So I need to find a better solution. Alright, shout out to Robin J. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Tales of past broadcasts. What's that mute? Hardware button? Yeah, that mute is a hardware. That mute is a hardware situation. It's a headset. Tales of past broadcasts. I foresee a bright future for them. Wait a second. This came in 2 messages. Ah, Robin J. A mystical voyager through the realms of Diablo 3. Awesome. How's Diablo 3? Embarking on a grand quest to push through the season's end. Sweet. Go for it. You can do it. Ganparimasu. You can do it. They are the weaver. They are the weaver of their own fate. A fate weaver. Conjuring spells and slaying demons with each stream. Though the archives hold no tales of past broadcasts, I foresee a bright future for them. New adventures await, and with each step, they carve a legend into the annals of gaming history. Join me in envisioning their next epic journey. Let me give you a follow real quick, Robin J. Awesome. Paching, paching. I guess my my little AI bot didn't catch some recent streams. It might have been a while. But hey, if you ever do stream again, if you ever pick that up, yeah, it's been a good while. If you ever do pick it up, then, and if I see that on my list, then I'll pop in, I'll say hi and all that good stuff. Alrighty, so back to your regularly scheduled broadcast. Boop. Alright, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? My bolo is done. And we'll mine hydrogen in Gaian Prophecy. $1 billion credits. Sweet, congratulations. You are officially a business lizard. Congratulations. We've got a solid billion. Although I don't quite have it set up on my stream just yet, I do have a Discord channel. Let me pin a link for you guys real quick. It's very bare bones and basic, just FYI. But feel free to come in, hang out, and all that kind of stuff. That way you guys can share with me screenshots. If I'm not streaming, I'll be able to answer questions, you know, that kind of stuff, or what have you, or just general chatting as well.
Computronic substrate fab.
All right. What is that?
Container.
What is that? Oh, it was probably that little Xenon ship or cock ship that was trying to follow me. Do any of you play Darktide, or any of you Warhammer 40k fans?
Katana.
Katana. Is there a freelancer? Let's see if I get reputation hit by capping and bailing this freelancer. There's two of them. Interesting. I'll play it safe and I'll save first. Just in case, just in case. What is a freelancer? They're kind of like a pirate hunter, like a bounty hunter. And it's basically, at least in past builds, it was like a little ship that you wouldn't get like a reputation hit if you stole it. So they'll just kind of like float around, and if like a little Xenon or a cock comes in, they'll blow it up, that kind of thing. It's a little bit of fluff, like a little bit of set dressing, so to speak.
Comms channel open. Really? No.
Surrender! Surrender now, and I might let you live. So let's find out. Am I gonna die for the first time in this playthrough? I don't care. Because I want your ship. Oh. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to. My bad. My mistake. My apologies. It's probably because I'm so close to the station.
Jump gate. Gaian prophecy.
So it's like an NPC player. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, yeah.
Katana.
Let's see if that katana will follow me away from civilization. Let's see if they'll follow me away. Can I see what their order is? Recon, yeah, they're just exploring. They're just moving around, that kind of thing. Nothing really important.
Jump gate. Gaian prophecy.
Vanilla game is definitely very bare bones compared to what you can do with mods. But the reason for that is so that people who don't have super NASA computers can still actually play the game. So, you know, they both have their merits. You can also scale a lot bigger before the dreaded lag starts to prevent you from doing anything meaningful or productive. And this game is pretty wild. You can just scale as large as you'd like. You can take over literally the entire universe, destroy every single NPC in the entire galaxy, universe, whatever you want to call it, if that's what you want to do.
Entering
and so,
system. Gaian prophecy.
Naturally, after a point, that's going to really stress your CPU and push it to its limits. What is the relation to station proximity anyways? I believe it's about 40 kilometers, give or take. Basically, So, like, you see how everything has a radar range? It's basically their radar range, which I think for stations is about 40 kilometers. About the same as this. That's, yeah, 40 kilometers. Let's see. Do I have a station that's been scanned? There was one that got scanned. This one got a little bit of scanning. But we'll go with 40 kilometers. We'll go with 40 kilometers. Yeah, 40. There we go. So if they can see you, basically, they'll say, hey, and if you shoot one of their allies, they'll say, hey, we can't tolerate your actions, etc., etc. I noticed I get rep with a station owner instead of the sector if they are really close. Station owner reputation, yeah. I think, I don't think that's new. I think that's been around for a while. I don't remember if at some point in the past it was sector reputation, like with whoever owned the sector. But I think I might be wrong on that one. I think it's station, like you said. Yeah, the only way to get from like -30 relations is to camp next to a station within range, so you're getting shot up and blow up Xenon or something like that. Otherwise, you're kind of screwed. With mods, you can just buy your way out of trouble. Swag Monkin, I have about 1.5 million. Is there any good beginner ship that I should look out for? What's your game start? Human ship. Okay, that really narrows it down. The Takoba. Takoba is arguably the best small-sized mission-running ship in the game. So, Terran engines are really nice. Terrans are slower on average than most factions. However, they reach max speed and they are able to brake and stop on a dime. So they're incredibly efficient engines. They have the best shields in the game. You really can't go wrong with Terran economy equipment. Young gun start. So Argon, I would recommend heading down this way to the Void, up here to Getsufune, and making friends with the Terrans. That's what I would recommend above all else if you're trying to do like a metagame sort of thing. But that being said, any sort of ship that you can get your hands on to start with, whatever your starter ship is really good. What a lot of players will do in terms of metagaming, at least before the 7.0 beta, is they would get the weakest ship in the game, this Discoverer Vanguard, and they would use it to capsize medium ships and earn their first several million that way. And the way they do that is they would get their starter ship, their Discoverer, or they would buy one, and they would head down here to Hiwa's Twin and look for Minotaur Raiders. Anything that says Plunderer, a Raider, those are pretty much free to get, because even though this says Talati, what this really is a scale plate packed ship that's disguised itself as a Talati. And you can tell because it says Plunderer on the ship. And what that means is that, generally speaking, you won't get any negative reputation hit by blowing them up. Especially if you're in, or by like taking their ship. Especially if you're in a neutral sector. Like, this is the space to do it. The next step from there would be to buy either a Cobra or a Falx, which is a corvette that can hold about like 15 or 20 crew members, and use those crew members as Marines to start taking the larger ships. So soon later on, you'll see me start taking these Plunderers, and I'll be able to sell it for like 5-6 million or something like that. Another great way to earn money early on is, so this is, it's not really a cheat, but it is kind of cheaty, it feels really cheesy, is to flip advanced satellites. So find an equipment dock. Most equipment docks will sell their advanced satellites for less than 50k each, unless that equipment dock is completely devoid of equipment, of materials. So you can see here about 47k each advanced satellite, I'm buying the entire hold for about 2.3 million. And then I'm just going to send them over there to the wharf where it's going to be more expensive. And I'm going to sell them there for about 73 to 75,000 each. So you can flip them for about 25 to 30k per advanced satellite. And that's pretty much the fastest early game money that you can find. So with the way that the mission system is built right now, like this 30,000 credit inspector calling, scan a station, this is never going to be worth it from a monetary perspective. If I'm going to scan the station anyways, then sure, I might as well accept the mission. But if I'm just trying to make money, then it's not worth it. It's not worth the time. It's not worth the effort. Destroying mines is okay as an early game mission because you want to get your first 300k, you want to get that first amount of seed money to afford those advanced satellites. But even then, like I said, a lot of players will just start the game, head straight here, find their first Minotaur Raider. I don't know if I have any in my network yet. Well, let me just say Raider. Right there. So that'll sell for like maybe $1 million or so. And you just shoot it. You shoot it down to 70% or less hull. And then every 30 seconds you do a little bit of hull damage. A little bit of hull damage. So it helps to have a strong weapon and a weak weapon. A strong one to get it down, to get its shields down, and to get it to 70% hull as quickly as possible. And then a really weak weapon to just slowly plink away at it until all of their crew bails. I did publish a VOD, I think it was about 5 days ago now, on the first day, day 01, when I was doing this. I believe it was on day 01, it might have been on day 02, where I capsized a raider and sold it, basically. And then just as like a little bit of an update for anybody who doesn't know, this playthrough, I'm playing this playthrough specifically to give the developers feedback. And so everything that I do in this save game is going to be done on stream. I'm not gonna make any money off stream or anything like that. It's all gonna be recorded for the internet, for science. So basically get a cheap ship, go to neutral sector and blow up plunder. Not so good with doing economy stuff, so this seems to be the way for me. Yeah, it's definitely a lot more fun than the economy stuff for me personally. The economy stuff actually isn't that difficult, so as soon as you get your player HQ, the way to get the player HQ from the vanilla game, the non-DLC game starts, is to go to a station and scan a data link. So look for that little like modem sound. Swap it, flip into scan mode, scan it, and then you should get a message from one Boron named Bozo Ta. And that will start that quest line. Once you do, so like I always start with some temporary structures. This is going to be deleted later on. But I just start with like a really basic station that can produce something and sell it. And this isn't really going to make me very much money, but you can see that I'm just starting to support the boron economy. And I'm earning just a little bit of money. So like in the last couple hours, last hour or so, I've gone from 820 to 871. Just grab that money back. I do need to find some more advanced electronics and smart chips. So let me do that real quick. Let me have this guy. Oh, you know what? He needs to go down here. Alright. Alrighty. So my NPC will take me where they need to go. And then let me just handle some. So this is what I'm talking about. I bought it for about 2.3 million. Sell it for about 3.6. It's about a 1.3 profit or so. And then I was going to have my trade ship look for advanced, oops, electronics, and smart chips. Because I need some. How many did I need? I needed 225 and 200 for research. Wait, 225 of which though? 225 electronics, 200 smart chips. 225. $200. And drop those off there. Might as well pick up water since we're there. And drop off that water literally anywhere. So that works. And then to get your trader where you want it to be without forcing it into an order that it won't recover from. So like if I just say fly and wait, it'll wait there indefinitely. But if I say collect drops, it'll try to collect any drops that are there, and then it'll go back to whatever its assignment is. So that's kind of like a little pro tip, hacky sort of way to get your ship that you just commanded that would normally be doing its own thing back to the spot that you want it to be in. And then once I have this production module hack, I can use my spacesuit EMPs, which I don't think I have any just yet. Don't think I have any just yet, but I can use spacesuit EMPs to, Why are you waiting for signal? Oh, I know why. I can use those spacesuit EMPs to hack a production module and get that production module blueprint, which is... It's basically a godsend, because the Claytronics module blueprint, for example, cost about 20 million credits to buy, and I don't want to spend that kind of money on it, so I might as well hack it and get it for free. And then this is why my dude was waiting. Turn that off. These are good before you have teleportation. Once you have teleportation, I turn these off. That way my ships will always go back to whatever their assignment is if I take it over and ask it to do something. I could probably turn that on for now. It's not the biggest deal ever.
Entering system.
But it'll get annoying later on. Actually, no. I'll just leave it off. If I die, I die. If they die, they die. This is generally what I go for in terms of my standing orders, is basically to just automate and get rid of many of the ticker notifications as I can, as is reasonable. I really like hearing the whole like cha-ching, cha-changs, so I'll keep those on for now. This is somewhat useful for the early game, but eventually once I hit late game, I'm turning all of these off. Well, maybe not those two. I'm turning all those off and it'll look more like that. I'll also turn off that under attack once I hit more assets, because I don't want to hear some pilot whining and complaining about I'm under attack, I'm under attack. You either fight your way through or you die, Sir NPC. I don't know what else to tell you, my friend. And flippity flippity flippity, earn me some money. Can't wait until I hit mid-game and I don't have to do this whole back and forth anymore, but for now, it is what it is. Some oxide.
Entering system. Second contact.
Somebody trying to blow me up? No, okay. Well, sort of. That's alright. I'll take over from here. Excuse me! Scusi!
Autopilot. Disip laser tower Mark 1.
These laser towers are really difficult to hit. They shouldn't be so hard to... So hard to blow up. Whoa, watch out. There we go. Maybe if I'm lucky I'll get a little reputation bonus out of that.
Scanning unknown
It's the only reason why I did it. I'd say a lot of the early game is... how do I put it? It's not that it requires effective time management, but you'll definitely have a better time with the early game if you're focused on managing your time somewhat wisely. One of your ships disappeared when you went to trade. Check your search bar. So like for example, you see how all this stuff is available. If I start typing something into that search bar and I try to look for it, it's gonna make all that disappear because it's only highlighting what I'm looking for. So that's the first thing I would check. The second thing that I would check is your logbook, because if something blew up just recently, you'll see it in here in the logbook. Looks like they color-coded it as well, the text, which is awesome, because that means that it'll be easier to spot what's in the logbook.
Thanks for your help.
You are very welcome. Thanks for your help. Alright, where is my Mineral Tethys, or my Dav's Hope? Little throwback to Elite Dangerous. Alright, next second contact sectors. There should be at least 2 more in there that are named second contact. There were also a couple of additional sectors, I think 2 or 3 in total. Here's a new one with 7.0 that will be released with the DLC. Mists of Artemis. It's just a backwater.
Entering second contact.
I don't remember where the other ones are, but they'll be around somewhere. Once I open up that sector, I'm going to look for some pirate bases and start working on a couple of spacesuit bombs and some spacesuit EMPs. We're still very much in the early game, even though I've been playing for... where's my statistics? Playing for a good while, about 14 hours, and we're still in the early game. It's a very, very long, potentially long and drawn out playthroughs that you can have on these games. Even just by playing through like normal, regular mechanics, not cheesing anything, all that kind of stuff, it can still be a good long while. Which is how it's designed, and that's part of the reason why I like it. The CEO of Egosoft, and basically the guy spearheading the entire project since its inception, likens it to an offline MMO. It's kind of like you're generally encouraged to have long playthroughs that last, you know, like an entire year, that kind of thing. Long playthroughs that really go from 0 to 100 as you scale yourself up to however big you want to go before you decide it's time to hit that nuke button and restart.
Argon equipment dock.
Equipment dock. Why not? I don't need to blow up that little ship. Did I get... I don't think... No, I forgot to get those advanced satellites, so...
Out of docking range.
Grab it here.
Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Well, but before I do that... My little ADD brain is always... Before I do that, before I do this, before I do the next thing, I'm always swapping and multitasking between stuff. I'm going to scan the station real quick.
Docking granted.
So that way I can see what's in their logistical menu. And every time I scan, I do need to mention for the developers, for anybody who's listening, that I really don't like how this scanning process is set up. It's really immersion breaking and just feels janky, feels weird, feels jarring, feels unpleasant to have to bring my ship right up to a module to get a detailed scan off of it. And what I would instead prefer is being able to get somewhat close to the station, like within 2 kilometers or so, 2.5 kilometers, hit a button with some sort of new ship software, like a scanner Mark III or whatever, and scan, yeah, exactly, scan the thing as a whole. And it doesn't have to be like immediate. It can take 60 seconds. It can take a good minute or so. But I'd like to see some sort of minigame with this, and I think that's a fairly common sentiment that a lot of people have. I don't think I'm the only one who's thought of that idea by any stretch of the measure. It's like this, for example, like the build modules for large XL ships, the repair modules for large XL ships are always take like a really weird angle to try and get scanned. It does feel a little bit better in 7.0, like it does feel like stuff is getting scanned easier, but still I don't think that running my ship into a module to get a scan off is the way to go. It's just too immersion breaking. But to their credit, I really do like how they've adjusted and updated the scan colors. It looks so much more beautiful than it did before. It's like a night and day difference. Like that's just eye candy right there. I love it. It would be nice to see these colors from a little bit further away as well. These little highlights from a little bit further away. It's like, this is what I mean. It's like I'm trying to scan this module. I'm running into stuff. If this were quote-unquote real life and I were quote-unquote a pilot, I would lose my license for doing this. I would get in trouble. Air traffic control would be like, "What are you doing, bro? You're about to blow yourself up." It just does not feel good as a mechanic. And for players who don't have teleportation, if for any reason their ship gets stuck in the geometry, their only option is to reload the game, and that's not healthy for the game. It's not healthy for longevity. If a new player ends up running into that situation, there's a good probability that they'll just get frustrated and quit and be like, screw this game. It's in early access. I don't want to play this right now. And I want to avoid that. I want more people to play this game. It's a wonderful game. It's my favorite for sure. Yeah, scan mode seems kind of bad. Why do I need to get... Exactly.
Pressure.
And in previous builds, to reach 100% module scan, you would have to get into your spacesuit and basically do the exact same process all over again, moving at a painstakingly slow 1 to 5 meters per second. It's just a really bad mechanic that's not healthy for the game in any stretch of the measure. Security slicer, don't need that right now. I do need 2 of those, but I need lodestones. So I need a little mining ship, and I need to get me some lodestones. In the meantime, I'll pick up more unstable crystals where the lodestones are picked up as well through mining. I might as well make all 4.
Great work.
Thanks, Dal.
Hello, can I help? Here you go.
Hey, yes, you can. Let's see. I always like to keep a little stockpile of all these things just to craft stuff and do missions for ship mods, player ship mods, whenever available. Always, always, always buy seminars. Always buy seminars every single time that you can. I really wish that they had seminars for 2-star crew available in these spots to help minimize the long, incredibly long amount of time that it takes for a crew to level. Although, to be fair, with the beta, I don't remember if I saw it or not, but they may have adjusted or helped crew leveling a little bit. Maybe. We'll find out, I suppose.
Good luck out there.
Crew leveling has been a sizable pain point for a lot of players, myself including as well. Upgrade. Can't get anything else from there because I'm a boron. I do need to snack that down. And get rid of all these because I don't have a missile launcher. It's just junk wires that I picked up. Cool beans. I am getting hungry. Might be about time for me to start winding down a little bit. But not yet. Not yet. Maybe in about an hour. You guys might hear a little tiny pop as I mute my microphone real quick. Apologies in advance for that weird discordant sound, but it is what it is. I don't really have a fix for the near future just yet, so sorry. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Alrighty, I had to get some water. I didn't want to subject you guys to the gulping of one Squidward boron, one Squiddy bro, one Dreamweaver's throat noises. Blah. Alright. From here I need a mining ship.
Accelerator. Second contact. 7. Pressure.
We have actually let me do it this way. We're going to go there.
Autopilot. Engage.
I'm going to buy a medium-sized mineral miner. And I'm going to be doing some manual mining. Combat drives are generally recommended, ironically enough, for your trade and mining ships because there's, at least for the Terran ones, there's no delay on spooling up, so as soon as you hit the button, you go. And that helps you get away from any attacks, and it also has the fastest straight line speed out of the thrusters that are available. Oh, but maybe it's the Terrans who have instant start on their thing. We'll find out. We will find out. Let me get there first. I'll use the travel drive for now just to see if I was wrong. Mining and mining, that's fine. Actually, pulse. Here's why.
Second contact.
At least prior to 7.0, this might have changed, but prior to 7.0, the lion's share of your mining efficiency, especially for out-of-sector NPC mining, is provided through the hardpoint weapon itself, and you barely get any... You get a negligible increase from the turrets. So, previous meta, I don't know if that's the new meta, but previous meta was to actually use pulse lasers. Or some sort of defensive, ideally Argon Flak would be the min-max. Resource probes, 5. Laser towers, as many as possible, just in case. No Marines. Marines won't level up unless you're boarding ships. They won't do anything unless you're boarding ships. And this is not designed for boarding ships. Bolo mineral. Save as new. That way, if I do the whole rename thing, it doesn't matter. It's all the same.
Entering second contact. 2 flashpoint.
For now, so I always like to do a little prefix for my ships. Oops. That way it rests in a certain spot on the list. As you can see with these guys, like the little star squiggly is always going to be above just the exclamation mark alone. I'm using ASCII, A-S-C-I-I, ASCII, to help, organize my list. And the reason why I'm doing this is twofold. One, because at this point it's basically a habit. And two, because more specifically, more than the habit thing, is because if I don't do this, then it can end up creating problems down the line. Because let's say that like I have 100 bolos that are all free mining and they're not in any sort of fleet. Some of them would be in between others, and so it would be really difficult to just grab all of them and then assign them to whatever it was that I was trying to assign them to. So that's why like this little symbol here, this little % sign with MN is for mining. This actually needs to be changed to silicon. So SIL. That way it organizes itself as I grow and scale outwards in assets. The solution to this, Egosoft if you are listening, is to integrate custom tabs into the baseline game. MYCU's custom tabs, it's a mod available on the Nexus forums. And I'm kind of surprised that that's not already been integrated into the game. It doesn't make any sense to me to not put that into the game, because that gives players more agency. That allows players to better and more effectively organize their equipment, their stuff, their assets. So like, for example, stations and subordinates. This is like stations and like just stations alone. Fleets, unassigned ships, ships with inventory. This actually looks updated. This actually looks like it might have been updated, or maybe I'm wrong. But like, let's say that I have like a certain amount of military assets that I want to perform a specific task. I can organize all of those and get them out of my stations and all ships, or I can get them out of, you know, my primary building, creating, organizing list into a dedicated sub list that they can do their own thing in and be hidden away from. And the way that custom tabs works is you have an option to either clone your assets over, so the HQ could stay here but then be added to this list, for example, or you can move them over so I can remove it from this list and add it to that one. And that gives me, the player, agency. That allows me, the player, to decide what I want to do with the organization of my assets, my stuff. I can organize it somewhat geographically, or I can organize it by role. If I were to show you guys my modded playthrough with the mod Star Wars Interworlds that does have custom tabs on it, you'd see that I have a custom tab for refinery wares, for example, where all of my mining ships and all of my mining stations are housed. It's all out of the primary list. That way, when I'm building ships through my wharf and my shipyard, when this list populates, it's a lot easier to manage. And that makes a night and day difference. I only play with mods unless we're on a beta or shortly after a DLC release. Then I'll play the vanilla game to experience the DLC as it was intended, and to, you know, just to revisit the vanilla game as well, because I do enjoy the vanilla game a lot.
Drake.
And for anybody who may have come in that I haven't seen or anything like that, I would definitely appreciate it if you send me a follow. That helps me reach affiliate level with Twitch so that I can start earning a little bit of an income and improving my setup, improving my hardware, and providing for all of you guys a better experience. To experience the game fully, I mean, technically yes. So, like, thank you for the follow, by the way. So, like, these sectors here, Asteroid Belt, the Sol System, Sagaris, and all that kind of stuff, this is only available through the Cradle of Humanity DLC. However, that being said, the developers are really cool. They're really awesome. They play their own game. They want to create the best experience for the... We're going to pretend that didn't happen. They want to create the best experience for the game as they can. And so, hold on a second. I gotta fix myself here. And so, you can start the game baseline vanilla, and you can activate DLC as you go along, and it won't negatively affect your game. These sectors will just appear, and then the gateways will open, and then it will start like business as usual, more or less. You do lose out a little bit on like the head start that the economies have from a new game start, but it won't break your save if you buy a new DLC and add it later on to an existing save. But there is a lot that you can gain from grabbing the DLC. So like all of Sol Terran space, all of this Boron space is DLC. All of this orange, which I've only revealed about 3, but there's another couple sectors up here. There's a bunch of sectors over here that are with the split faction. All that's DLC. So if you can get the DLC, then I would highly recommend it. Just any one of them that you can get. All of them if you can get them all. Alright, I had to fix my ship. This is why getting teleportation level 1 at the beginning is like the first thing that you should do. Because if I was stuck in this geometry without teleportation, I would have to reload the game. And I would have to reload like maybe 45 minutes or an hour's worth of time that could have just gone to waste by not having that teleportation. Generally, getting stuck between geometry isn't as big of an issue as it was before 6.0, but it still can occasionally happen, and that's why the first thing that you want to do is grab that player HQ and get that teleportation research as soon as possible. And just as a reminder, if you choose one of the regular Foundation's vanilla game starts, one of these 5, and I believe maybe the Split Vendetta one as well, but definitely if you choose the Foundation game starts, then the way to unlock the player HQ in that quest line is to go up to a station and scan a data leak. Oops.
Can I help?
Retake control, sir. Are there any that are borderline mandatory to have? I would recommend the Cradle of Humanity DLC above any others, just from a content perspective, and also because it has the easiest game start for new players, which would be the Terran Cadet game start. Emergence is pretty good for new players as well. That'll kind of guide you. Terran Cadet is probably the best one for guiding a new player into like how to get started. It'll show you how to scan a data link. It will lead you into the player HQ quest line, like almost no matter what. And it will give you a spoiler. It will give you spoiler alert. It'll give you a spoiler. I'm not going to reveal what that spoiler is just yet, but it will. It's an awesome spoiler. I'll give you a hint. It's a temporary follower who will follow you within the Sol region. He's just a real awesome follower person. And so I would recommend Terran Cradle of Humanity above all else, first and foremost. But like I said, I love the game. I show the game. I'm all about this game, so I'd recommend you get all of them if you can. Do you have to do a mission after scanning a data lake? Yes. Yeah. That's the one that will give you the HQ. You know, sorry to spoil it or whatever, but that's the mission that will give you the player HQ. Just do what the boron scientist says. His name is Bozota, and your HQ should spawn somewhere around here towards the middle. If not, it'll be in Heretic's End. It kind of depends on your game start as to where it goes, or where it spawns, or where it starts. Alright.
Mineral.
We are going to do this manually. We do some manual mining. Okay, so this one, this engine, I believe it's a travel drive. It has, so like you heard how it went like ba-doop, ba-doop, and then it would keep going, it'd be ba-doop, 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 and then travel drive is initiated.
I have come to the end of my research.
The all-around engines have a slightly shorter spool-up time, and then I believe that combat engines have no spool-up time. So you want to go with combat, because it also has the quickest straight line speed. Let me just update my mineral miner. Make sure he's ready to go. Overwrite and upgrade that one. I think I gave him the wrong engines, but that's alright. Alright, cool. He has combat. He's good to go. Let's grab a manticore. Combat engines. Well, Manticore is a bit of an outlier, because once they grab the scrap that they're going to tug, they go a lot slower, and so you kind of want to maximize their travel speed, and if it dies, it dies. So Manticores, I would give them travel drives, but all of your miners and traders, I would give them combat drives. You can see the difference in acceleration too. Combat drives will get you to max speed faster than travel drives will. Alrighty, let's go find us some.
We found something out here.
Probably silicon. Who found what? Was that for me? A lockbox? Is there a lockbox? I don't know who found what. Maybe the flying fish? Ah. Let's see if you can collect that for me. And then I'll park it. I'll actually have it earn some experience doing revisit in Gaian Prophecy. That way it'll be close by. Or should I have it go to... Hold on. I will go this way. This general direction with my mining ship. My bolo gas will go over to Neptune. Is all of this trade data? Alright, cool. My trade offers are still fresh enough. I'll have my flying fish also go to Neptune. No, I'll have it go to Brennan's Triumph. Wait. Neptune. I'll have it. I lied. Let me. Okay. My apologies. Alright. ADD moment. I couldn't decide. Okay. Not that it mattered really in any sort of meaningful way. Flip the advanced satellites. Sell them for about 70k each, buy them for about 50k each. Earn about 20k or a little bit more per run. reason why I'm manually mining is
Entering system. Gain prophecy.
so that I can get some good stuff. Some inventory wares.
Asteroid.
Like, what's it called? Like unstable crystals and the like for the bombs. I also want to blow that guy up and get some crystals. These guys are worth some money as well. 10k a pop. If you ever see like a little twinkle in the near distance, that's usually going to be, if not exclusively, going to be a crystal that's attached to an asteroid, and those are always worth a little bit of money early game. Are there any benefits to siding with factions? I want to befriend the humans. Yeah, so the benefits are that you gain access to their equipment, and you can buy, sell, trade with them, obviously. So, for example, you can see here with the Pioneers that I have access to some of their stuff, but not all of it. And as I raise my reputation to positive 10 or greater, then I will have access to more stuff, and then even more once I hit positive 20, I can buy like a little license so that all of these little stations will automatically renew their trade offers with me, so I can see them without requiring a satellite nearby. And that really helps with performance, to map-based performance, I should say, because performance is a little bit different between off-map versus on-map. That really helps with the performance later on if you use those trade subscriptions. Outside of that, RP purposes, so if I want to be the Terran supremacist guy, then I'm probably going to be friends with the Terrans and not super friendly with everybody else. As a friendly boron, I'm probably going to want to be friendly with everybody. And so it really depends, like how war heavy, military heavy versus economic focus do you want your playthrough to be? It's really up to you. And as you can see with Terran engines, they just reach max speed and minimum, they get back down to 0 real quickly. So they're some of the best engines in the game. Maybe I can drop that ore and exchange it for some silicon. Of a big old human-made ship. Yes, definitely. Terran ships are some of the most beautiful ships. I really like how they look. Argons are also kind of sort of technically human, but not really. They look like humans because they came from Earth, just like the rest of humanity. They basically are human, but because they've spent, you know, several hundred years apart, maybe 1,000 or so, but I don't think that many. Since they've spent several hundred years apart from the Terrans, they're considered like their own species now. And so that's why they're called Argon instead of being called human. Any good stuff? Any good stuff?
Asteroid.
Other than silicon, what I'm really looking for are inventory wares. That is a nice rock. That is a nice boulder. And now it is no more.
Asteroid.
Am I full? Not yet. Yes, if you have Cradle of Humanity, then the humans will be open to you. If you don't have Cradle of Humanity, then I think you're kind of locked out of Getsufune. Like, this will be a deactivated gate. Yes, let me show you. Settings. I don't think I can show you from in here. But it's called Cradle of Humanity. Let me type it out real quick. Cradle of Humanity equals Terrans. Split Vendetta equals Split to the north. North/east. And Kingdom N equals Boron, northwest, northwest. And then there was one more called Tides of Adverse. These are not in order. These are out of order, but it doesn't really matter. Equals Pirates toward center of the galaxy. Awesome. Sweet. Definitely. Let me know how you like it, and then also send us some screenshots. You know, let us know how your journey goes. And be sure to report to your local democracy officer for Super Earth. Different game, but you know, if you've ever played Helldivers.
Asteroid.
Alright, where is all the good stuff? Actually, I think I'm going to go to like probably the best spot for finding inventory wares, like mineable inventory wares. Not the asteroid belt actually, it's right here. You see how like all these miners are bunched up around the center? It's pretty much going to be like this in almost every single playthrough because Saturn has a lot of materials in it. It has a lot of wires, and so a lot of mineable materials, and so the NPCs heavily favor Saturn over the asteroid belt when it comes to mining. And there's no reason for them to really go too far away from the gate either. So staying here in sector will help me grab a lot of their inventory wares. And what I'm looking for is lodestones. I'm looking for lodestones. Do I have any lodestones in ships with inventory? They do not. But what I can ask them to do is to deposit their inventory. That's not a big deal. Saturn deforestation. What happened in Saturn? What caused deforestation in Saturn? What's that a reference to? I don't know. I am but a humble, ignorant squid boron man.
Autopilot disengaged.
Where is my... Oh. Thresher. Let me actually use that.
Entering system. Gaian prophecy.
We'll have you local auto mine. Navidium. They do not buy Navidium. Oh, yeah, over the asteroid belt. Yeah, de-rockification of Saturn's rings. Eventually they'll be mined out. Pretty much any sci-fi game is gonna have something to do with Saturn and mining. Let's see, my bolo. I want that one to... mine ore? No. I'll have to keep it in Sagaris space, maybe. Out of date. Here's what we'll have you do. Is we'll have you local auto mine silicon, Ort Cloud. We'll have you drop a resource probe there. Oops. Yes. Alright, cool. We'll have you go right there and right there just to refresh those trade offers. We'll have you explore and open up some of the space. And then we'll have you collect drops so that when you're done with all these orders, this mineral ship, instead of just sitting and waiting here indefinitely, it will try to pick up any materials that it can, which there probably won't be any, and then once it's done with that, it'll go back to whatever its regular default behavior is. And that's the idea, is if I had it just fly and wait, it would sit there and wait indefinitely until I manually fixed it. And I want to optimize this game as much as possible. I want to, you know, I want the AI to do just about as much as humanly possible for me instead of me manually doing it all myself.
Pressure.
Oh, and also...
Can I help?
Oh, they did not get that. They did not get that lockbox, apparently. Gonna get some water, so just pardon the clanking of ice sound. Alright. Cool beans. And you'll see the game get a little bit choppy because I'm gonna focus out of it for a moment. Looks like, I think Aqua Bandit is online.
Entering system. Brennan's Triumph.
Aqua Bandit is a good friend of mine. He's a streamer that I met a couple months ago, and he's really helped me out with just like getting my stream up and running. He's a wonderful person. He's helped me out with advice, and he's just a great person to hang out with. So I want to give him a shout out real quick. Oops. Get rid of that. There we go. The enigmatic Aqua Bandit. That's a little bit of a typo right there. There shouldn't be two ones.
Entering system.
Greetings, Cosmic Voyagers. Aqua Bandit's realm is a sanctuary for the mind. Definitely, truer words have never been spoken. Where RPG galaxies and Warhammer constellations collide. They've been leading epic quests to purge heretics and maybe find Mom in Hades on their beloved Warhammer Wednesdays. Celebrations of affiliation are like supernovas in their not a cult universe. He plays Cult of the Lamb a lot. And I'll answer your question in just a second. And he likes you know, joking about that sort of thing with the whole like cult clan sort of thing. Join the Bandit Clan for interactive adventures, no matter which star you hail from. Definitely give him a follow. I'm going to raid out to him pretty soon here once I'm just about done. So, are there any ways to find gates easier than long-range scanning constantly? Not exactly, unless you like run a Google search. That's one option to see, like, kind of get like a general basic idea of where they are. And then also just grabbing like a visual is another key way to see them. Like if you like look around and see if you can spot a gate in the distance, because oftentimes you'll be able to see one just a little bit further away than your radar might allow. So short answer, not really. Bum, 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 bum. I really like the way that the music sounds as well. One of the great things about the DLCs from this game is that it really opens up the library of music that's available. Like Kingdom End sounds very watery because of the boron. It sounds very like calm, relaxing. The Sol system of like Holy Terra, you know, the human supremacist protectorate region also sounds very, very human, very strong, very powerful as a soundtrack. The Split sound a little bit dangerous, and it's reflective of like their general disposition as a faction. The artist who worked on the music did a really good job on it. Whoa, watch out. Skirt. Into Saturn.
Entering Saturn 1.
Cradle of Humanity is probably my favorite DLC, followed by Kingdom End, the Boron one. And I think that's a fairly common, if not unanimous, consensus among the community as well.
Superhighway Saturn 2.
How are the Pontifex doing? Hopefully the Xenon... No, it looks like they're getting wrecked. Hopefully the Xenon will be able to mount some kind of defense here. I always like keeping the Xenon alive and keeping them reasonably healthy so that they can provide for the economy by blowing up ships and creating a reason for factions to keep using their storage space instead of it just getting full. Like you can see how like this is almost full. I don't have those guys scanned, so I can't really tell you about them.
Autopilot entering
For Terrans,
Saturn 2.
Terrans are pretty much always, including the Pioneers, they're pretty much always going to have a full wharf and shipyard. The real barometer for whether they're oversaturated or not is how their logistics docks and how their trade stations look. This is actually healthy for the Terrans.
Autopilot.
Because there's a lot of room here, there's a lot of space to hold as storage before it goes to the equipment docks, etc., etc. Hopefully, and the idea, the reason why I'm here is that hopefully the NPCs will drop little bits and bobs that I can grab.
Asteroid Bolo mineral.
So let's see if they do it. Blow up this rock, sir. It might be quicker for me to... I feel like I shot myself in the foot even just by coming here because in hindsight,
Orbital defense station.
It'll probably be much quicker
Pressure.
for me to bring this thresher down to a pirate station and just buy what I'm looking for from there. Oops. I should have just led with that. I should have just started with that. Hey, yes, ma'am. Sir? Yes, ma'am. Pirate station, where is it? There we go. Let's go docking right there.
Orders. Navigation. Fly to the following position.
Kinda kind of wasted my own time just by coming here. But it is pretty. It is pretty. So at least we got that going for us. Let's get out of these rings. Whoosh.
Entering Saturn 1.
So what's going to happen is my NPC is going to take me this way. Once I hit either Asteroid Belt or Getsufune, because I'm at -9 or better relations with the Terrans, that's going to trigger the main Terran plot line, and so you'll hear some dialogue surrounding that. So if you don't want to be spoiled about it, it's not a major spoiler or anything like that by any stretch of the means, but if you don't want to be spoiled by that dialogue, then you might want to mute in about 2 minutes. And then just as a friendly reminder, as well as a shameless self-shill, if you haven't followed me yet and you enjoy my content, please do drop me that follow. Please help me out, and I'll be sure to follow you back as well. That reminds me, let me double check and make sure that I've got you followed back, Swag Monkey. Swag Monkey KN1. Make sure I got that spelled correctly. SWAGMONKN1. Oops, what happened? Slash. Let me grab you a follow. If you ever do decide to stream, then I'll check you out. Awesome, awesome.
Entering Asteroid Belt.
Give me one moment. You'll notice that the game is a little bit, if I focus away from it, it gets a little bit choppy. That's just because it's saving in CPU cycles. Thanks for the thumbs up. It's saving in CPU cycles, and the way that it does this is it reduces the frames per second to be just something a little bit more reasonable. Let me pop back into focus real quick.
Entering system Getsufune.
Are we going to get that that piece of dialogue? Maybe not. Maybe if I take over manually. Or it might be when I hit the void. It might be when I traverse the gate between the void and that little spot.
Autopilot.
There we go.
Engaged.
Autopilot will take care of it for me. Let's see. I have a message to respond to. Desktop. Gotta send someone a couple pictures just to give them an idea of what I'm working with on a potential side project. Potential side project. Alrighty, a little bit of networking that I'm working on right there.
Entering system. The void.
One more message that I gotta get back to. I gotta send a text message to my dad, my dear old dad. I'm talking to him over Discord real quick. Had to send him a message. Alright, cool beans. Cool beans.
Jumpgate. Second contact.
Second contacts. What's going on with my little trader guy? Oh, he kinda got borked.
Entering system. Second contact.
Senor, you can go right back there and just hang out next to the station until you get another request from your guy. From your manager. Money is slowly creeping up there. It's nothing really significant. Like, it's been hours and I haven't even made 1,000,000 credits, right? But water is important as like a baseline, and it's just good to like get some background income going, some, what's it called, automated income.
This will allow you to gain blueprints by scanning leaks on certain modules.
Let me do some basic mods.
If we wish to improve the fun, nanites are quite
Actually,
regulated,
hold on.
but not illegal. I may, however, need to push them beyond
Let's do
usual
that.
operating standards.
I accidentally skipped a dialogue thing there, but once I select that again, that dialogue will come back, so we're not missing anything. Alright, so just bought a cheap ship I could sacrifice. Can I use it on the part where I need to sacrifice for the mission thing? Yes, use the cheapest ship possible. Fill it with, I believe it's 3 antimatter cells, put it where he wants it to go, and remove the captain from it. He'll remind you to remove the captain from it, but just use the cheapest one possible. It's kind of a meme, but you can use just about any ship, so you could get like a super expensive larger ship and sacrifice that one, but there's no need. Just use the cheapest one that you can.
Morningstar.
One of the good things about that little quest line is that you get some rewards that are effectively bypassed if you choose a different DLC beginning. So you get a little bit more credits from your game start by doing it. But yeah, the general way that this game goes is you start out in your own little individual spaceship, like just in case anybody who's, you know, watching doesn't really like know what's like going on or how this works. You generally start with your own little tiny spaceship. This was my starter ship, this Thresher. And you over time build out an economy until you reach whatever level or scaling of that economy that you want to. If you see like other players who are streaming, probably even right at this moment on Twitch, chances are they'll have a lot more stuff than I do right now. And you can just basically get as big or as friendly or as militaristic as you want. There's a lot that you can do with this game. They give you a lot of freedom, a lot of agency when it comes to messing with your game and creating the kind of universal environment that you want to create. You can be like a little shepherd and shepherd your NPC friends to victory.
Report.
Or you can just be a conqueror and obliterate all of them, blow them all up. Either or, whatever works for you. Let's try not to run into that. I believe I scanned everything here. I think I got everything, 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 everything. We are good to go. Alright.
Docking granted.
And I think that right about here is where I'm going to call it for today for this playthrough. I've been on for... I don't even know. What time is it? About 5 hours or so? I've been streaming for a while. Definitely not the longest stream that I'll ever do. Certainly not by any stretch of the measure. But I do need to wind down, get some food, take a little break, and I'll be gone for, you know, maybe an hour or two, and then chances are I'll come back for playing Darktide. It's a different game. So definitely, you know, shameless shill, hit that follow button if you want to see what I'm doing in Darktide as well. It's a player versus environment, horde clear shooter game. It's kind of like Left 4 Dead, I think. I think it's like Left 4 Dead. I haven't played Left 4 Dead, but that's what people say is from what I remember. But yeah, so that's what I'm going to be doing once I wind down from here. And I'm also going to raid out to Aqua Bandit because he is super cool. If you weren't here when I was previously gassing him up, previously saying all the good stuff about him, he's really helped me get started with streaming. He's been a powerful motivator for helping me, you know, be motivated to take my streams up to the next level, to keep pushing it to the most professional and to the highest level that I can possibly reach with my stream, at least with my hardware availability. And he's just a wonderful person to hang out with. He does a really good impression of the boulder and of Sokka in Avatar: The Last Airbender. So ask him about that. I kind of teased him about that a little bit, like in a positive way, like, hey bro. The way that it worked, his VOD where we had this conversation might be published already, but the way that it kind of played out was we were playing Darktide together, and he impersonated Sokka a little bit, and he was talking about how like he couldn't be like a voice actor or anything like that. I don't know how the conversation ended up there, but his impression was just so good, and I was just like, dude, I'm calling you out right now. Like, you actually do a great job with it. And so that's kind of where that little, I guess you could call it like an inside joke, came from. So let's blow all of my money on useless junks, useless trinkets.
Good luck out there.
Because it'll be useful later on. There's an autosave. Let me prepare this raid. Let me get that started. And as soon as we are ready to raid, we are going to hop over and cause some hectic havoc. As soon as this save game is done, as soon as I exit out of here, let me exit my game. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for being a part of this journey thus far. I'm pretty much more or less streaming almost every single day, and just because of the nature of X4 Foundations, this playthrough is going to be going on for a good while. So without further ado, to the Bandit Clan!